KCHD Twinkleton, the official sports voice of the Upstate fan. Odyssey Sports Edition.
And check this out.
You're on official Rob Brown lockdown.
Represents freedom free.
Manufactured locally for the Carolinas.
Lockdown.
This is the Rob Brown Show. Yeah. Raw. Only on
Good morning.
Here we go. Oh no. Starting off the day that way.
I'm okay with that.
Woof. 1-0, and it's not even 6:01 a.m. Yikes. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. The Rob Brown Show on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Howdy, y'all. Happy, I believe it is still Tuesday. I think it's
Tuesday.
It's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday.
I am Rob Brown. And a handsome fellow over there, that's the great one, Lonzo. We're just thrilled to be here with you this morning. I crashed out, Zoe, right after the game was over last night.
I have a confession.
You didn't watch it.
Here's the problem. Okay.
It's late.
It's like 7:20, and I'm waiting around. I'm trying to decide. Am I gonna watch this game or am I gonna watch Raw? I'm not gonna watch both of them at the same time. And I fell asleep.
And you watched neither?
Yeah, because I'm not feeling well, and I got comfortable on the big beanbag chair. And getting comfortable, not a good idea. I went for the blanket. Should not go for the blanket.
No.
Yeah, it was a little
Rookie mistake,
it was a little
bud.
cold in there. I went for the blanket, got a little, and controller in hand, playing a game. It woke up and it was like 11. It's like I missed everything. Might as well go to bed.
What a night for the Green. Just a party animal over there.
Yeah, I feel bad because
Missed a hell of a game.
apparently I did, but in my defense, I went for the blanket.
Never go for the blanket.
Never go for the blanket.
You're admitting defeat even if you don't say it out loud. I got to tell you, I feel both better and worse because I was also about to say how disappointed I am in myself. So now I'm disappointed in both of us because, great one, the game ended last night. They game goes final. Houston just I don't want to say just Florida played the last 2 minutes as Florida has played the last 2 minutes of every game in this tournament. Just full throttle, all gas, no brakes, YOLO and yeet down the stretch. But Houston had a couple of dumb mistakes, and we're going to talk about the game itself coming up here in just a few minutes from now. But the game ended, and there's they got the commercial break before we come back for the trophy presentation and all that. And the game ends, and the wife was up late last night. She had some work to do. She had some adulting she had to do. And so she's in her office. We both have an office, right, at the house. So she has her office. I'm in mine watching the game. Game ends. She hears the horn. Florida Gators. That's a bad horn. Florida Gators are your national champions.
Sounded a little bit like a goose.
It did. Not a good one, like a sickly one. And the horn goes off, and she goes, "Hey, is the game over?" And I said, "Yes, ma'am." And she goes, "Can you take the dogs out real quick so we can go to bed?" I'm like, "Yep, absolutely, no problem." So I'm like, "Get up, take the dogs out. I'll come back down. I'll watch the ceremony and all that." I take the dogs out. We come back into the house. Me and the dogs, I come back into the house. I get them all set up. We got a new dog. New dog's a puppy. All right. And so we're kind of crate training the puppy right now. We're trying to use that as an opportunity to teach the old dog that she doesn't sleep in the bed anymore. Because we were those people that let the dog sleep in the bed. And while we didn't mind it with one dog, cannot do it with two dogs. And it's unfair to let one dog sleep in the bed, one on the floor. So we're teaching the old dog via the new dog, you sleep on the floor now. So I had to get them all set up or whatever. And I'm doing all this and I'm doing all this and I'm doing all this. And then she looks at me and she's like, "You need to go to bed." And I was like, what is it, like 11:20? She's like, it is midnight. And I was like, oh, okay, well, no big deal. I didn't think about it, went laid down. And I'm laying in bed, And I've told you guys before, it takes me, my wife's one of these people that head hits pillow, she's out in 3 minutes. Like it's a superpower that I'm very envious of. I'm the exact opposite. It's taking me 30, 35 minutes to pass out. That's just the reality of my life. It takes me a long time. So head hits pillow, and I'm like, doing my late night guided meditation to KO myself. And at about 12:07, I just out loud go, oh no, I missed one shining moment. I missed one shining moment. I took the dogs out. I came back in. I got them all set up for bed. Every intention to go back in the room, watch the trophy presentation, and of course, share the absolute electricity with America that is one shining moment. And I just completely, I watched the entire tournament and just forgot one shining moment last night. I don't know who said, did they do a cover last night? Was it the OG of one shining moment? Like, was it a great one shining moment? Was it an because they've experimented with one shining moment, and we all agree Luther's one shining moment is the one shining moment, right? Like everybody's on the same page. And then I remember a number of years ago, they started trying out covers of One Shining Moment, right? Like they had, here's Kelly Clarkson singing One Shining Moment, and here's what was old boys? Ruben Studdard, One Shining Moment. They tried all these covers of One Shining Moment, and America, for one night every April, was ready to just revolt. Is this last night's?
Supposed to be. Yeah. That's Luther.
Classic. Yep, there it is.
Luther. There you go. That's all you need to know.
Listen to McNeese getting the shout out.
Yeah, that's enough.
Listen to McNeese getting the shout out for their first round upset over the Clemson Tigers. McNeese! One shining moment is the best. It's the best. And I feel disappointed in myself as a sports fan.
It's also really cool that your voice is so distinct that we only listened to a couple seconds of it and knew it was him.
The OG, man. The OG, the classic, the OG. The period where they were trying out some alternate one shining moments. The period where they were trying out some one shining covers. It was not. That was a dark period of time in America. That was a tough few years for America. We were very clearly trying to find out who we are as a country. We were trying to find out who we were as a populace. I would like to point out that we tried all the one shining moment covers, and then the nation just kind of started to spiral into this polarized, conflicted state that we're in now, which was tough, man. Which was tough. But I hope we're finding our way back. They stopped experimenting and they said, you know what? Luther's the guy. Luther is the guy that America wants. Luther is the guy America needs. And we went back with Luther Vandross. I got to say, I appreciate it. Joey B said, it's like ESPN using a cover of Georgia on My Mind for the Masters. Completely unacceptable. I completely agree.
See, I thought you would like it because it sounds
Georgia,
like it's some country artist doing it.
Georgia, the whole night through.
Your Ray Charles is not good.
I didn't say it was.
Yeah,
I just said I was going to do it because
it sounds more like Louis Armstrong. I got to be honest.
It really does.
Yeah, it does.
With a little Louis Prima mixed in there for no reason. I was disappointed in myself. As we got progressively closer to the end of the game, which was a hell of a basketball game. We're going to talk about it here in just a minute. And my little brother is a Florida fan because my mom dropped him on his head multiple times as a child. And he and I were texting back and forth about the game. We got to halftime. Walter Clayton Jr. has 0 points, 0 for 6 from the floor. I'm texting him. I'm like, uh-oh. Like I had a couple of keys to the game yesterday, right? One of them was Houston, use your physicality. Houston, use your mass. Throw that big mass around, H-Town. And of the first 21 field goals Houston shot, 7 of them were threes. I'm like, there's no world that the Cougs should have a third of their field goals as three-pointers. I know they're a team that likes to shoot threes, and I don't have an issue with it. But when you are 7 of your first 21 field goal attempts are threes, and you're 0 for 7, stop. I'm not saying now. I'm not saying don't shoot another one. I'm saying maybe back up a little bit. Like maybe reset this a little bit. Like maybe put the ball into the paint, back down Alex Condon, who is not. I mean, he looked panicky in the first half. Better second half for Alex Condon, but he looked real panicky in the first half. I'm like, put the ball down low, back that guy down, make him more panicky, and take advantage of that. And Houston, and I will say this, I think part of the reason Houston lost that game was because they kept trying to press the issue from the outside, even though they were the more physical team. So I'm watching that. And I'm watching Walter Clayton Jr. with no field goals in the first half. I'm texting him. I'm like, if y'all don't got, like, I'm not saying one guy can win the game, but I am saying one guy can lose it for you. And if this cat doesn't get going, if y'all don't figure out a way to give this kid a spark, right, this could end up being a problem for y'all. And little brother's like, he's panicking a little bit, which is totally understandable. We're having this conversation. And as soon as the game ends, I'm like, it's time for one shining moment to ring in my ears. And then I just forgot. We had this opportunity. I had an opportunity to share that moment with all of America last night. And I just blew it.
Maybe you should blame the dogs.
No, I mean, it's not the dogs' fault. The dogs don't understand the greatness that is one shining moment. The dogs don't understand that there's this moment that we as Americans collectively and together get to share with each other. The dogs don't understand that there's this chance for all of us to come together as one and put everything outside to bed for just a moment and share our love of basketball together with the vocal stylings of one Luther Vandross. I blew it, man. I blew it. What do you want? I blew it. We are going to, later on today, take a look-see-poo at the final standings of our Fan Upstate bracket competition. I am going to say I did not perform the way that I expected to perform.
By the way, shout out to Cole. Good job, Cole.
Cole knows ball, man. For the record, I just want to be clear. I have never said that Cole and Diesel don't know ball. Cole knows ball.
By the way, I was cracking because I don't care, but I didn't end up in last place. So a couple of people were worse than me. I feel bad for them. I was pretty close to last place though.
I was having this. In fact, I was talking to Diesel yesterday because Diesel called me last night. Diesel calls me and he says, "Hey man, I just wanted to prepare you. I just wanted to mentally prepare you because you might possibly be walking into a storm tomorrow." And like, if you know anything about me, you know Rob Brown's a worst case scenario guy. If you tell me that I'm going to be walking into a storm.
Why? I mean.
I'm about to tell you.
Okay.
Diesel said that he did a segment yesterday in which he took a look at the women's college basketball national championship tournament, and he took the stance that women's basketball, specifically at the college level, is not worth watching. And
that sounds like somebody else. I seem to remember someone else having that attitude, but yeah. Whatever.
He said it's not worth watching. He said when you go look. In fact, he even went so far. I love this because he knew. He goes, and I'm telling you this because I know that as soon as somebody fires off a text or a call or a tweet or an email to you, that you and your bleeding heartness are going to want to take aim at me. So I wanted to tell you what my argument was because This is how he phrased it, because I know our listeners won't give you my full take just so they can make us fight. And I said, buddy, your take is going to make us fight. Like, they're going to add fuel to the fire. But I already hate your take. Okay, that one you're right. That one may have
Oh, for sure.
added some validation
I
to your
hit
argument.
it 3 times before I realized I didn't have it turned up, but still.
So he sent me an email yesterday, like a whole email last night at what time did this come through? 7:17 p.m. last night.
Wow, he was so concerned that as soon as the show was over, he sent that to you.
7:17. He sends me an email.
Why are you in his head?
He called me at like 7:08 or so. All right, I'm sitting in the bro cave. I got my video game on, waiting for the Natty to start because I live on the East Coast, the worst time zone ever.
And you were smart enough to not go for the blanket.
And I was smart enough to keep it in the gaming chair sans blanket so I didn't pass out. So I'm sitting there playing some video games, waiting for the tournament to start because I had 2 options, which was do my taxes or play Marvel Rivals. And I decided to pretend I was Iron Man for an hour before the Natty started. So playing video games, phone rings, and he's like, hey, I just wanted to give you a heads up. He's like, you might be walking into a bleep storm tomorrow because, and he laid out his whole argument. And he goes, my basis of all this, aside from the numbers, he said, aside from the numbers, my basis for all this is that if Dawn Staley hadn't turned the Gamecocks into a juggernaut, that no one around here would care about women's college basketball. His argument was the only reason anyone around here cares about it is because Dawn Staley and the Gamecocks have a hell of a program.
So his argument was that winning happened and it caused people to take notice?
I do want to say, he's not wrong about that. He's not wrong about that. But
That's what winning kind of does. I mean, no matter what sport it is, if you got a winning team, people start going, hey, that team's winning. Maybe I should pay attention to it.
I'm going to buddy you here. All right? I'm going to buddy you here. Buddy, Ray Lewis is like a media darling. He allegedly was involved with killing a dude, but then he went on to win a bunch of football games. And we're just like, oh, yeah, well, you know, it happens, right?
You're not buddying me. You and I are saying the same thing. I mean,
so I understand Diesel's point. I do think women's basketball is a hell of a lot more popular in this area than others. And I do think it is because of Dawn Staley and the South Carolina Gamecocks. I'm sure it's the same way.
He didn't go with male superiority, did he? He didn't do it because we had a guy on the station early on when the station first started. It's like a man can beat a woman any day at basketball, and he actually challenged Dawn Staley to I think it was horse. Yeah.
Which, as we all know, is how we determine basketball games.
He would have got his butt whipped.
First off, he would have got his ass whooped.
Everything. He was a little skinny thing.
He'd have got his ass whooped, and just so we're clear, I'd get my ass whooped too. And I'm a pretty good I used to be a pretty good basketball player. I don't know if I still am. I haven't played in a long time, but I used to be a pretty good basketball player. No, he didn't. It was not the male superiority take that I've heard from a lot of people. And yes, it is a different form of basketball. This is one argument that I have regularly with my more liberal friends. Yes, there is a physical difference between men and women. There just is, okay? There's a physical difference. And so the games that we play are inherently played differently. They have to be played differently because of that difference. So that's not, to me, because it is not as physical or elevated doesn't mean it's not still basketball. In fact, if anything, I'd make the argument that, and I know that this is kind of a trope, that what makes women's basketball special to me, the reason I like it is it's basketball at its purest. Yeah, they have to play the game of basketball. With the men, you can just get up and down the floor and out-athlete each other while dribbling and shooting. The women's side, they're playing basketball. But that was not the argument Diesel went on. His argument was that, and I actually don't even dislike this argument, that there's just not much parity. You have 3 or 4 teams at the top that are dominant. You have 3 or 4 teams on that next tier down who aren't really there yet. And then nobody else is really in the conversation.
So?
And I don't have an issue with that take, but I will address it later on in the show because I do think it is an important conversation to have. And as the bleeding heart of the station, his words, not mine, and an advocate of women's sports, I do want to take the counter side to Diesel's argument. All right, we got a lot we got to get to on the radio program. It is Masters Week. We're going to start our preview of the best golf tournament on planet Earth. National championship awarded to the Gators of Florida last night. 3 natties in both football and basketball. They become a school with history on their side. We got a lot to get to. Stick around. Rob Brown, the Great Malonzo, and you, the Rob Brown Show, the Fan Upstate. Second in the bracket contest. Nice job, JB. Nice job. If your take is so bad, you have to proactively send emails explaining it's probably a bad take.
So I also
He wasn't apologizing for it. He was giving me the data and the facts.
No,
that he was backing it with.
This was a sign of fear that you've already lost. I mean, why defend yourself?
No, it's not.
When no one's coming at you.
He laid out his argument because he said, "I know you're not going to go back and listen to 30 minutes of the show, and I don't want the audience to like hit you with Diesel had a terrible take and not give you my actual argument." So the email he sent me is literally just a page of the argument that he laid out.
Sign of weakness. Definitely. You don't do that. Have a take, stick by it. Doesn't matter what anyone else says. It's your take. As someone who's constantly chastised by the other person over there because they have a different opinion, hey,
I just stubbed the bejesus out of my toe. And I don't know that there's anything worse than that.
I think stubbing the finger's worse. By the way, see how that worked? I had a difference of opinion. I didn't send an email saying, "Hey, I'm going to disagree with you on your stubbing the toe thing. Here's my reasons why." Yeah, here's my reasons why.
What is that? Come on, man. You have one job, ball returning machine.
It's because you stubbed your toe.
It might be. Get up. Hell yeah.
2 for 2 to start the game. No worries.
Good morning.
Hey, Big Daddy, how you doing?
I'm very well. Yes, that is exactly how I'm doing. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Rob Brown Show on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate, Rob Alonso and you. Houston knocked off by the Florida Gators last night in your national championship game. The Gators trailed by as many as a dozen in what would turn into a 65-63 win. So what happened in this contest? I've got a handful of answers for you. Number one, Houston ended the game with 25 three-pointers. Florida ended the game with 24. I understand Houston is a team that wants to shoot to three, likes to shoot to the three. And that's fine. The issue is I really would have preferred that they spread that out. And the reason why is in the first half, about a third of the field goal attempts from Houston were threes. Now, I don't have an issue with it, except for they weren't making them. And I've said this before. If you are shooting threes and the threes aren't going down, you got to find a way to get the lid off the bucket. You got to find a way to get the lid off the top of the bucket. And the way that you get a lid off the top of the bucket is you put the brown thing in the round thing a couple of times. You get yourself making some field goals and create those opportunities. Allow the confidence to grow. Allow yourself to feel like you absolutely can make some buckets. And then you start adding the lower percentage shots back into the rotation. You especially do that when you are the bigger, more physical basketball team. And I thought Houston allowed Florida, even though they would eventually go up by a dozen, I would also make the argument that that dozen could have been 20 or 22. A dozen, in fact, I said this last night. There was a point, because, I'm in 2 or 3 different group chats last night with people. We're talking about the game while the game is happening. And I said to one of my buddies down in Florida, who is a big Gator, he said, dude, I think we're in trouble here. He said, Walter Clayton Jr. is not making shots. Defensively, we're struggling. We can't get away and out rebound them. By the way, 40-39, Florida would ultimately win the rebound battle by 1. But at this point, they were kind of struggling to get balls off the rim. And I said, here's the thing, man. Like, being down a dozen for Florida with, I think there were 12, 13 minutes left to play. I'm like, that is not a safe lead from your team. Texas Tech had them down almost a dozen. UConn had them down almost a dozen. There was a lot of teams that had Florida in a spot. And Florida just kept finding ways to come back and get it done. Being down a dozen's not the end of it. The way you're going to get in trouble down a dozen is if you're down a dozen and then Houston slows the game down. If Houston gets up a dozen and they start playing inside-out basketball, if they start walking the ball up the floor, if they try to turn this into a slog and you let them, and I don't think Florida let them. I think Houston tried to turn this thing into a crawl. And Florida said, no, we set the tone, not you. And they kept getting up and down the floor. I thought Houston was trying to in the second half. They should have done it in the first half. I think Houston was trying to make it a big man's game and not allow Walter Clayton Jr., Will Richard, and the Florida guards to get into any sort of comfort zone, any sort of rhythm. And down the stretch, it did not work out. It's not like Florida had an incredible performance. Florida shot less than 40%. But what they ended up doing was harassing Houston defensively. The game flipped on its head. Because for about the first 10 minutes, it was Houston harassing Florida. For about the first 10 minutes, Houston's defense was frustrating me with how tight it was. I mean, they were in Gator jerseys, man.
What, they keep you from getting to the fridge or something?
No, it was just, I know how frustrating it is to be trying to play offense and have a defender that's like inside your shorts with you. They're just attached at the hip with you. And you can't get away from it. And that's what Houston was doing. And you could see it kind of had Florida rattled for a little while there. And that was the spot where Houston was doing what I said yesterday they needed to do. Take advantage of the bigs, clean the glass, frustrate the Florida backcourt with a high-pressure defense, because I do not trust the Florida front court to be the difference makers. And partially because Alex Condon was banged up coming into this game, and we knew that. But also partially because of the fact that Florida's strength is their guard play. They've got good big play, but Florida's strength's the guard play. And so Houston did exactly that. They were harassing the guards. They were not letting Clayton and Richard get comfortable. They were not letting them get good looks at the basket. They were saying, look, if you beat us down low, you beat us down low. If you can get the ball down inside the paint, we've got Juwan Roberts down there. We feel comfortable that our big men can D up your big men. So if you get the ball in the paint and you beat us, you get the ball in the paint and you beat us. But what we're absolutely not going to do is allow your guards to beat us. That's not going to happen. And that was successful for Houston for about 12, 13 minutes of the first half. And then, for whatever reason, they kind of started to back off after that. After that, they kind of started to, for whatever reason, change that strategery around a little bit. All of a sudden, they were starting to allow the guards, especially with about 10 left in the second half. They kind of got to the point where they started allowing Clayton to get comfortable. They started allowing Richard to get comfortable. Those guys started hitting shots. You ended the first half by doing the thing that I said yesterday was a key to the game that I did not think Houston could do, which is remove Walter Clayton Jr. from the game. That was, I had like 3 tips to the game yesterday, right? For Houston. Tip 1 was win the inside-out battle. Play through your bigs. Let your front court carry you. Let your big men carry you. Out physical Florida. Make Florida play a slugfest of a basketball game. Number 2, your ones have to beat their ones, which is going to be tough. Florida's got a good set of ones. Starting 5. Your starting 5, your ones have to beat their ones because their 2s are going to beat your 2s. Here's the interesting thing. Florida only played 8 players. This was a team that throughout this tournament had relied on their depth. This was a team that throughout their tournament had been turning to the bench and basically saying, if our 5 and their 5 starting, if our starters and their starters match up and go level, we're good with that because we've got 2s. We've got depth. We got dudes we can bring it off the bench that can keep that Momo going. And if our 2s beat their 2s, we can win every game. They only played 8 players last night, and they didn't really get spectacular performance. They got 19 bench points. But I said Houston can't let the 1s be better because the 2s are going to win. Well, Florida's 2s won, and they allowed Clayton and Richard to pick it up late in the game. They allowed Clayton and Richard to get comfortable late in the game, and so the 1s matched the 1s. And that's where it all went sideways for Houston. And the third thing was stop Walter Clayton Jr., which I said, I don't know that you can do it. They didn't do a bad job. He was 3 of 10, 1 of 7 from 3. They removed him from the game. But they spent, in my opinion, too much time trying to play guard v. guard basketball with a real good guard team. And that to me, ultimately cost Houston a national championship. All right, we'll break this game down in further detail. I'm going to get into Diesel's takes on women's college basketball later. We're going to have some fun on the show today. Rob Alonzo and you, the Rob Brown Show, the Fan Upstate. Oh, I'm real glad that I was on. That could have been dramatically worse.
I was more concerned with your lack of in and bench.
Florida's got a big bench.
But luckily, your I sounded more like an E.
That's a big bench.
No, you guys heard it. I probably should have dumped it. I think there was enough in there to be okay.
Up to the minute, upstate traffic. Work on the Church Street Bridge has begun. It is reduced to one lane in either direction. Don't forget Mohawk Valley and Chip Springs Road has major road work between Wade Hampton and Lotus Court. Other than that, it's a green light all through the upstate this early morning hour. I-85 problem-free with posted speeds both north and south. Wade Hampton and Whitehorse are wide open. From the News Talk 98.9 WORD Traffic Center, I'm Bill Brooks on the Fan Upstate.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cashback you earn at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
Yeah, you could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Hey, fellow Gen Xers, it's Elizabeth Banks. Big news. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the charge. After all, we gave the world the internet. We're trailblazers. Let's lead the way again, because we are at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Head to vaxassist.com today. That's vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. From the Ingles Market Studio.
You stay classy.
All right, let's check in on the final results of the Fan Upstate / wire to wire, but also we threw our name into it. Tournament bracket challenge, shall we? Let's see how this thing finished up, how this thing wrapped up when it was all said and done. Because I gotta say, the Rob Brown Show did not perform like I had hoped that we would. Unfortunately, I was convinced, I was confirmed that we were going to be just fine.
Joey B's up in the top.
I didn't say we didn't have some stellar guys that stepped up. They played well. They performed with the jersey on. But overall, as a team, I don't think that we had the performance that we might have hoped that we were going to. All right. Looking at the wire to wire / we invaded it Fan Upstate bracket challenge. Play by play. JB gets the dub with 17-4. Here's the interesting thing. Again, there's been a little bit of there's been a lot of controversy in this bracket competition. Okay, we've had at least one individual who was switching out brackets based on what bracket of theirs had the most points. They just picked a bunch of brackets, and they were switching it in and out. We had that. We've had brackets that were showing up and then disappearing and then showing up and then disappearing. There's been some drama, some controversy. But, hey, what elite organization doesn't have a little bit of drama in it, right? Play-by-play JB won the bracket challenge with 1,740 points. Play-by-play JB is followed in second by JB's Slam Dunk Tolo Jam. So, are there two JBs? I mean, it's not an uncommon name to go by, but there's two brackets, number 1 and number 2, both with a JB. That is a statistical anomaly.
I just want to point out, on the stream right now, we got JB and we got Joey B. Technically two JBs.
I agree.
So I think JB is very common.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying a statistical anomaly that in a bracket that has some, well, I will say this. There is one more thing, controversy, drama, whatever. I have noticed that a lot of y'all were deleting your brackets from the group play as your champions were getting eliminated round by round. Okay? I watched the number of entries in the bracket contest, which started at like 250. I watched the number of bracket entries decrease round by round. So some of y'all didn't have the cojones to step up and take your medicine. I'm going to. I dramatically underperformed. Now, I would like to point out that I was a Purdue blown opportunity away. I was Auburn got Florida. They did. They lost that game. But we're right there. I am proud of my performance, even if I didn't get the finish that I wanted. Okay, I'm gonna step up. I'm gonna take my medicine. Diesel yesterday on Wire to Wire said Rob Brown doesn't know ball. I've never been more offended in my life. All right, never, not one time. But I'm here. I showed up. You take your L. You still go sit behind the podium, grab the mic, and you do your post-game presser. I'm here.
The victors rewrite history, or they prove that they're right. They won. We lost.
Well, I'm also going to point out that Diesel's kind of like Draymond Green. A lot of unnecessary violence and has been carried to a championship. Steph Curry.
No.
Cole Bryson is clearly Steph Curry in this for the Wire to Wire crew. Diesel's the Draymond, unnecessarily throwing dirty punches after the games are over and getting carried by the Steph Curry, Cole Bryson.
Yeah, why couldn't you carry me?
I underperformed, man. Steph Curry went 1 for 10 from behind the arc the other night. Like 6 days after he scored 52 and made 100 threes, he came out 2 days later and he goes 1 for 10 and scores 3 points in a game. Even Steph Curry, the greatest shooter of our time, has an off night. I had an off night, all right? All right, so we got play-by-play JB, followed by JB Slam Dunk Tolo Jam. Tar Heel Andrew, TRBS. Andrew is going to get himself a segment on the show for being the highest finishing Rob Brown show. He brings a bronze to the Rob Brown show. You can't be upset about it. He was 20 points off the silver. It's a good showing. It's a good performance, all right? So Andrew, I'm going to get with Andrew. Andrew's getting a segment on the show. Fourth place, a bracket entitled Rob Brown's Daddy checked in fourth, just ahead of F.I. Fury. We got another in the top 10, Joey B, with a bracket titled Joey B's Only Bracket, TRBS. Well done, Joey B. He shows up in there. Logan Holiday checks in seventh. It is a lot of folks tied at 7. Logan Holiday, Florida taking it all. My crappy picks, laughing emoji, TRBS. Turns out they weren't all that crappy. SC Nears, TRBS. And I got this, TRBS. So Cole Bryson checks in T7, but he checks in with a group of Armada members. All right, so again, not a poor showing for the Rob Brown show, just maybe not what we wanted in terms of being up at the top of the podium. I'm not upset.
You should hold that salute a little bit longer. I mean, out of respect, there you
It's
go.
snappy, too.
Yeah.
It's snappy. And then wrap it up, page number 1. Bracket Busters United 13th, Wesley Roberts. He didn't put it on there. He's a TRBS guy. He's up in the stream every day. I don't know why he didn't throw a TRBS on the bracket name, but that's okay. He's one of those listeners who bounces back and forth. Drewtopia T14, 077 Bills picks 1. Checks in at 16. Nashty 74 Tolo is 17th, tied with Lonzo as a Swifty TRBS. T19, Inman J, and Mark Ryan's bracket, TRBS, checking in 19. 21, well, I'm SC Rude, as in screwed, but capitalize the S and the C. I really like that. Brian 4 and Bronco Brian's brackets, all T21. Caro G, a.k.a. SC Girl 91, is T24 with Brandon Lee. Smithead 67, another great bracket name. Tolo Yardbird 27, 28th, Tiger Stripes Media. Diesel Loves WWE TRBS. And Bracket Buster round out the top page of the bracket. They're T29 with Buckeye Mike TRBS and Bubba Brooks 86. Everybody else was 30th place or lower. Look, it wasn't necessarily the performance that I personally had hoped for. And I do apologize for that. Okay? Like, big players step up and have big games in big moments, and I just did not. I was let down a little bit by my Purdue Boilermakers. I thought that was going to be a pick that was going to give me a bit of a boost. I was yay close. I thought Auburn was going to get it done, but let's be real clear here. We picked these brackets a month ago. A lot changes in a month. That's why it's impossible to get a perfect bracket, because a lot changes. I thought Auburn was going to get it done. Auburn was real close. Probably coulda, shoulda, woulda won against Florida. But hey, the Mighty Gators of Florida, hottest tournament team, hottest team coming in, hottest team going out. A lot of people picked Florida because they were the hot team. And my thought was that run's got to end at some point. Turns out I was right. It did have to run, it did have to end last night when they hoisted the trophy to wrap up the tournament. And when they got the final scene in the One Shining Moment montage, at least I assume they did. I went to bed and missed it. But it's a performance I'm not proud of. It's not a performance that I am happy with. Here's what I'm going to say. I didn't get the result that I wanted, and it's because I did not earn it. That's the truth. At the end of the day, just talent isn't enough, okay? Just talent isn't enough. Wanting it isn't enough. If you want to be a champion, you outwork people. You outwork them every single day. This loss stings. This loss hurts. This loss is gonna eat at me for a very long time. The last time that I took an L like this, I hung a sequin jacket in that window right over there for a year so that every single day I had to walk in here and I had to face my own failure to remind myself that champions outwork the competition. I heard Kelvin Sampson say it a handful of days ago. He said, you bust your ass when nobody is in the gym so that you can succeed when everybody is in the gym. And that's what happened here. I just did not do good enough.
How'd that work out for him?
I mean, he made it to a national championship. Can you not interrupt my inspirational speech here? I'm trying to rally myself.
Sorry, I'll go back over there.
I'm trying to rally myself here, Zoe. I am embarrassed by what happened here today. I am disappointed in myself. I am embarrassed for myself. I am upset with myself because I am supposed to be at the top of that leaderboard. I'm supposed to be, and instead, I'm on like page 6. It's not good enough. So I want you all to know that next season starts right now. Next season starts today. I am going to, when the show is over, I am going to print out the entire list of results of every one of y'all that finished ahead of me. And I don't know where, over there. I'm going to pin them on the wall in here so that every day I've got to stare my own failure in the face. And when we get to November of this year, when we get to December of this year, when college basketball starts back up, there will be no more of this, I'll check in on college basketball in February. There will be no more of this, I'll circle around to the SEC and the ACC when tournament action starts up. No. We'll be drilling in on Thanksgiving weekend when the tournaments start up. We'll be drilling into non-conference play when we're starting to see our common opponents stack up so we can see Lonzo's favorite thing, Torvik ratings. I need my Torvik numbers, and I need them right out of the gate. I need to track them up and down all the way through. Next season starts now. No excuses. We don't expect. We demand a different outcome next year. And if you want a different outcome, you've got to be different and you've got to earn it. And that is what I will be doing. That is what we will be. Okay, I will be doing. I don't know how much more basketball I get Lonzo to watch next year.
You're not. And the thing is, this is all empty. It really is, because you have no idea what the teams are going to be by next year, because kids are going to move around and all that kind of stuff. And the NFL will be going on. College football will be going on. And you're just not going to, we'll see.
If you want greatness, you don't just show up to the gym during the season.
Mm-hmm.
You don't just show up to the gym when there's a game on Friday. You show up to the gym in June, in July, in August, in September. You're in the weight room in October, November, December, January. You're on the court lifting 100 free throws a day in February, March, April, May, because the off season is short. I demanded better out of myself, and I failed, and it will eat at me, because what is going to happen here, and he should, is Cole Bryson will, I expect, start every show for the next 364 days. Open up every show by going, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Wire to Wire. I am your 2024-2025 The Fan Upstate Bracket Tournament Challenge Champion.
But he's not.
He is.
No, he's not. I mean, he may have beat us, but he didn't win the overall thing.
Who the hell cares? He beat everyone else in this building who's supposed to know ball.
Yeah. So he beat you.
I mean, that's a pretty high mark.
I'm guessing Diesel doesn't brag about knowing ball all the time. I know I don't. So really, this comes down to he beat you. Listen,
all I'm saying is, if I was Cole Bryson, I would open every broadcast of Wire to Wire reminding the people that of the people that are supposed to, because here's the thing, respect to JB and Joey B and all that, all diehard sports fans. That's why they're here. That's why they listen. That's why they get involved with that stuff. That's why they're one percenters. That's why they are Armada captains and Tolos, because they love the game. They love competition. Smart guys, good sports guys. But Cole Bryson and Rob Brown and Lonzo and Diesel, we're paid to do this. We're paid to know our stuff. We're paid to follow, to pay attention, to bring insight and analysis and opinion to these airwaves each and every single day, every sport, every season. That's our job. And as far as I'm concerned, I failed. I failed at that job. And I'm disappointed in myself. I apologize personally to each and every one of you. And I promise you that next year, no one will outwork me. No one will put in more effort than me. No one is going to drop more blood and sweat and tears on the court than me, so that I can show all of you that this year was a bad year. This year was a bad showing from your boy. Next year, you're going to see what a champion looks like. All right? Cole Bryson, congratulations. That's a hell of a win. That's a hell of a win. You should hang it. Like, honestly, if I was Cole, I'd go find a place to get a banner made like this was the Boston Garden, and I'd hang it in the corner for the world. And by the world, I mean literally me and no one else to see every single day. I'd hang it right there, bang, right there, so that I have to look at it every day. And I'd put my big dumb face on it. And I'd say, Rob Brown, 2 words for you. And I'd hang it. I don't know, Cole's better than that. Cole's better than that. Cole's not going to do that. And if he did, I wouldn't be mad at him. What I'm going to tell you is next year, you will not find anybody deeper in the numbers with more analysis and more breakdown than me. I'm coming for blood in 2026. Cole Bryson, congratulations. You have won out of those of us that work here that get paid for this. I will see you next year. Enjoy your victory. Now all of you get a victory to start your day because you get to start your day by listening to the smooth. Listen, if Luther Vandross was to sing a sports flash, I still don't know that it would be any better than Lonzo.
All I have to say is the blonde bimbo doesn't apologize. He just goes on looking pretty. The Florida Gators are your 2024-25 college basketball national champions, defeating the Houston Cougars 65-63 despite trailing by as many as 12 points during the second half. Florida trailed by at least 7 in 3 of their tournament wins and staged comebacks as a theme of their title run. South Carolina ended the women's basketball season number 2 in the polls, losing the national championship to UConn on Sunday. However, the Gamecocks have reasons to be optimistic as ESPN Bet has them labeled as favorites to win next year's title. USC opened at the real USC, South Carolina, plus 450 ahead of 5-1 UConn and 6-1 USC. Tune in this afternoon, 3 to 7 p.m. for Wire to Wire. Cole Bryson, knower of ball apparently, and Diesel ride shotgun on your drive home and get you up to date on all the latest local and national sports news. Unlike everybody else, I had never pretended to know college basketball. I can watch the game like anyone else. I don't like college basketball. And I was still competitive for a while in my picks. But like I said yesterday, I do believe that it's going to improve over the next couple of years thanks to NIL and the good players staying longer. I think we are going to see less one and dones too.
I didn't watch Raw last night, but the clip of Braun hitting Carlito with a spear.
Yeah, I've seen the clip.
Good God.
Yeah.
Braun turned himself inside out. That's incredible.
Good morning, Brian.
Unique and unlike any other sports talk show, it's BetMGM.
Zach, nobody asked you, Zach.
We
I know
were
you're
having
pointing that stuff out.
we were having a conversation while you were out of the room, and this was a
my
response to something that I said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Thing is, Rob probably doesn't like to hear this, but Cole's not really a college basketball guy either. He's more of an NBA guy.
Here we go. Hour number 2 of the Rob Brown Show is on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and you. Be a part of the show. The Spartanburgers text line, the Hub City Spartanburgers text line is 844-326-3663. 844-326-3663. You can shoot a text to that line like Spartanburg Jay did, and he said, not Rob sounding like Tim Tebow. Hey, man, listen. Some of us just expect greatness of ourselves. It's like me and Tim Tebow, right? That just top of the mountain. Jay, appreciate that text.
Boys hanging out. No animosity, no nothing.
I have zero animosity to Tim Tebow.
Uh-huh.
I love Tim Tebow.
Uh-huh.
He's a phenomenal dude.
Uh-huh.
It is everybody talking about Tim Tebow that drives me up a wall. But that's a different story.
So
One of the
are you
greatest.
still passionate about your dislike for Tim Tebow?
I don't dislike Tim Tebow. Why is it you refuse to actually represent my viewpoints honestly?
Because I listen to for a living, and
Not well, apparently.
And I hear the emotion, the avarice, the venom behind
None.
the name of Tim Tebow.
None.
It's just it's
I can tell you with
bothersome.
certainty.
It's
I can tell you with certainty. I have hung out with Tim Tebow more than anybody that's ever worked in this building. With certainty.
I don't know about that. He's been to the area a couple times.
No.
So probably some other people may have hung out.
I am telling you, I've hung out with Tim Tebow more than anybody in this building. Phenomenal dude. Incredible guy to talk to.
Did he know how you felt about him? So did you just like pretend like you liked him when you were hanging out
I
with
love
him?
Tim Tebow as a person.
Uh-huh.
As a guy, he's a great dude. I was Lonzo. I was more respectful of my language around Tim Tebow than I am of you. That's how much I like Tim Tebow. I didn't even drop the facade around Tim Tebow. That's how much I like the guy. I got sick of y'all talking about him like he was God's gift to quarterbacks. Okay? That was it. That's all. He was one of the greatest college football players I've ever seen and a very mediocre NFL quarterback. That was it. That's all. That was the only take I ever had.
He won more playoff games than your team has in a long, long time.
Well, that's just offensive and unnecessary. You don't have to make it personal. I don't know why this whole week.
Because you're going at Tim Tebow, and I felt like
I was not going for. Okay,
you need to be
all right.
defended.
All right, you're gaslighting the entire listening
I
audience
don't
right
even
now.
know how you do that.
Well, you're doing a real good job of it. You're doing it. Okay. Well, we're talking about Tim Tebow. It's 2025. We're moving on. We're moving on because it is the 7 o'clock hour of the show. We're moving on because it is 7:03 in the morning. We're moving on because in the 7 o'clock hour of the show, every show, we tell you about the 3 most important things that you are going to be talking about when you get to the office. We tell you about the things that are going to be the primary conversation drivers when you get to the office. We tell you about the things that you have to know about when we do this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the
encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
Game over, man. It's game over.
They take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It is the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet, the top 3 sports stories that you need to know before you get to the office this morning and start talking sports with your coworkers when you fire off those emails you didn't respond to last night because you were busy watching basketball and screaming one shining moment into your TV, those of you that weren't lazy and didn't go to bed early like me. When you start talking to those coworkers that you actually like, you know, the 2 of them that make that cut. This is what you will be talking about. Let's jump in with item number 1. Your college basketball national championship wrapped up last night. The tournament title goes to the mighty Gators of Florida, 65-63. They trailed the Houston Cougs by as many as a dozen last night, but when they got it done, they got it done. Will Richard led all Gators with 18 points, 19 out of LJ Cryer for the Houston Cougars, but Houston shooting just 34.8% from the field, including going 6 of 25 from behind the arc. They also missed 5 of their 14 free throw efforts last night. Make your gosh darned free throws, people. All right? Like, I at this point, I'm convinced I'm just going to start wearing a hat every day that says make your free throws. It's got to make free throws. If the Cougs make an average number of free throw attempts last night, if they get to 80%, they probably win this game. But hey, what's done is done. The Gators shot just under 40% from the floor, including 6 of 24 from range, but they got to the stripe 21 times, and they knocked down 17 of them. Florida, once they figured out the Houston defense, which was impressive and frustrating earlier in the game. Once they kind of settled in to what H-Town was doing on the defensive end of the basketball floor, the Florida Gators started getting to the stripe. Once they started getting to the stripe, they started using those free throws to start chipping away at the lead. And all of a sudden, 12 went to 10, 10 went to 8, 8 went to 6, 6 went to 4. And all of a sudden, with 3 or 4 minutes left to play in the game, we got a tie basketball game. And at that point, it just felt like an inevitability that the team that kept finding themselves dead and buried kept rising from the grave like Lazarus himself to take down Team UConn after Team Texas Tech after Team the Houston Cougars. We're going to give you some more X's and O's on this basketball contest later on in the show. But the Florida Gators win 65-63, claiming the 2025 Men's College Basketball National Championship. Let's go to item number 2. A multi-billion-dollar lawsuit filed by former D1 athletes against the NCAA was in front of a federal judge yesterday. Judge Claudia Wilkin has been the judge overseeing the House v. NCAA settlement. Yesterday had an opportunity to go ahead and confirm the settlement. She did not. Now, she did say that she thinks the settlement, by and large, quote, is a good settlement, end quote. However, she said she is not quite ready to put it to bed. There were 2 remaining issues that she wants to see litigators from both the NCAA and the plaintiffs figure out. Wilkins said she wants to see the 2 sides rethink one provision that would place a limit on how many athletes could be on a school's roster for each sport, and to provide more details on how future athletes could object to the terms of the deals that they sign with schools once they enroll in college. Several objectors who spoke yesterday, according to ESPN, asked Wilkin to reject the settlement because it leads to the elimination of thousands of roster spots on Division I teams across the country. Judge Wilkin listened to that. The NCAA's current rules place limits on the number of scholarships that each team can give to its players. That rule will go away if the settlement is approved, meaning a school can provide a full scholarship to every one of its athletes if it chooses to do so. However, to keep the wealthiest schools from stockpiling talent, the NCAA has proposed to instead limit the number of players each team can keep on its roster. Many teams will have to cut current athletes from their rosters to comply with the new rule if the settlement is approved. A freshman swimmer at the University of Utah by the name of Gannon Flynn said his coaches told him that he will not have a spot on the team next season, specifically because of the settlement. Flynn told the judge when given the opportunity to speak yesterday, quote, "We're not here for money. We just want to play and compete. On paper, the settlement might look good, but thousands of people are losing their spots," end quote. Wilkins suggested Monday that any current athlete should get to keep their spot, even if it puts a team over the new roster limit. Wilkins said, quote, "My idea there is to grandfather in a group of rostered people. There are not that many. It's not that expensive. It would generate a lot of goodwill." So Judge Wilkin, who is not allowed to mandate specific changes to reach an agreed upon settlement that she would approve, is allowed to provide insight, to provide opinion, to tell the lawyers, I don't think these terms are quite where we want them to be fair. So back to the drawing board, come back one more time again, once you get it settled, once you get it figured out, and we will go from there. Steve Berman, one of two co-lead attorneys for the plaintiffs, the athlete, said, quote, "We are standing by our settlement. We think it's fair. If the NCAA wants to grandfather it in, that's up to them," end quote. Attorney Rakesh Kalaru, lead counsel for the NCAA, said he needed to speak to his clients about any potential change to the roster limit terms, but remained optimistic the settlement would be approved. Other objectors on Monday raised concerns that the $2.8 billion in damages and back pay were being divvied up in a way that is unfair to female athletes. Men, especially football and basketball players, are expected to receive at least 90% of the damage payments. The other argument that made its way in front of the judge was that the settlement creates a new antitrust violation by capping how much each school can spend on athletes. Obviously, professional sports leagues set legal salary caps by negotiating those limits in a collective bargaining agreement with the players' union, which is why I've been telling you for a couple of years now that this is going to ultimately result at some point. I don't see any other path in a collective bargaining agreement between schools and unions of their players. Now, I don't know if that is going to be individual unions at each individual school. I doubt it. Or if it will be a national union of collegiate athletes, which seems far more likely. But in order to agree upon a cap, it will have to be negotiated and approved by a union of players. And I think we have gone so far down this path without legislative involvement that I don't see any other path available any longer. We'll talk more about this settlement a little bit later on. It is expected to be at least a few more weeks before Judge Wilkin hears about this case again. Let's get very quickly to item number 3. I want to talk about this a little bit later on in the show. And we're going to do a segment on this a little bit later on in the show. But I do think it is interesting enough that I included it as item number 3. The Carolina Panthers made a very interesting signing yesterday. They signed a tight end by the name of Colin Granger. Now, you're going, Rob Brown, Who's Colin Granger? And that is a very fair question. Colin Granger is a 6'8", 245-pound, has never played tight end. What? Glad you asked. Colin Granger is a former Division I basketball player. Spent 5 years playing college ball between Ohio, Western Carolina, and this past year, the Chanticleers of Coastal Carolina. He is 5 years removed from high school, making him available to sign as a free agent in the NFL despite not having played college ball. Dan Morgan and Dave Canales said, let's do a little experiment. We have said for a long time that if there is a crossover possibility from one sport to the next, one of the ones that I would be most interested in is taking a power forward and making them a tight end, taking a big man and making them a tight end. Give me a guy that I can snap the ball to, that I can have a quarterback throw the ball to, just throw it at the middle of the goalpost and let a guy moss the entire defense. And the Carolina Panthers are going to try it. Now, the reason this is interesting to me is because this is not the first time that Canales and Morgan have tried this with a former basketball player. Going back to their days together in Seattle, they brought in a young man by the name of George Fant, who was a 6'5", 315-pound basketball player that was enrolled to be a hybrid tackle/tight end. Played his ball at Western Kentucky. He showed up. George Fant ended up playing 7 seasons with Seattle, the Jets, and the Texans. Fant has been working with Granger and told the Panthers about him. Now, Fant did have some football experience, including playing limited time in college ball. There is no football experience from Granger, at least not since he played middle school football back in 8th grade. But the Panthers heard from George Fant, who has been training Granger on how to play the game. He said this kid's got some athleticism, he's got hops, and he's got juice. Give him a shot. And Dan Morgan and Dave Canales said, why not? Now, they've got some depth in the tight end room right now. They've got Tommy Tremble back. They've got Jatavion Sanders, who they drafted last season. And then they've got Jordan Matthews, James Mitchell, and Dominique Daphne, all as training camp depth.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. That is 5 tight ends already on board. They just added their 6th. But I like it. I like it that they're trying something different. I like that they're trying something new. I like that they are trying this little crossover experiment to see if a 6'8", 245-pounder, sorry, I was confusing my Fant and my Grangers there, a 6'8", 245-pound power forward that can dunk with ease is a dude that you can snap the ball to, throw it at the goalpost, and let him go up and get it. I'm kind of intrigued to see how this guy looks in the spring, TBH. We'll follow this story as it continues to develop. We'll talk to Rashad Beard on Thursday, get his thoughts on that, as well as Xavier Legette and all the conversation about XL becoming X, as in wide receiver number 1 for the Cats, and more when we talk to Rashad on Thursday. Looking forward to that. All right. When we come back here in a minute, my dear friend, my colleague, my comrade in arms, my compatriot, Diesel, had some comments on Wire to Wire yesterday about women's basketball. Said it's not worth the time. I'm going to address that, including the email that he sent me in order to make his argument. That's next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
What an annoying way to say podcast. Podcast. Oh.
That was my computer. We're good. I remember to change it this time.
Okay.
The Hot Rod Brown Show back on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. Ron Brown, the Great Malonzo, and you, my dear friends. So, yesterday at about 7:07 p.m., I received a phone call from my dear friend, my colleague, my comrade, my compatriot, the legendary Kerosene, a.k.a. Diesel. One half of our evening show, Wire to Wire, which airs from 3 to 7 right here on the Fan Upstate and is a phenomenal sports talk radio show, which I encourage all of you to partake in. Diesel said, Rob Brown, I'm calling you to warn you. And I said, oh, that's not ideal. And he said, yes, when you get into the studio tomorrow, you may indeed be walking into a storm. And I said, a storm? Why would I be walking into a storm? And his response was, well, I had a take today. And it was about 50-50 on the well-received-o-meter. He said, but the people who did not take it well, did not take it well. And I know that many of them are going to run to you, you bleeding heart softy, you. And I said, well, I am indeed a man of the people. So that makes sense. I said, please, enlighten, inform, educate, entertain me, if you will. What was the take? And he said, well, I'm going to give you the full take now. Because what I don't want is the softies who are going to be running to you tomorrow to tell you I said X and Y, but not give you the full conversation. And I said, that's more than fair, Diesel. Fire away. So he did. And then 10 minutes after that phone call, ping, the phone goes off. Ping. Why can't I do that anymore? Ping. The phone beeps, which says, you have an email. And I said, okie doke, and I opened it. And what do you know it? It's an email from my dear friend Diesel. The email was entitled NCAA Women's Basketball. Is it compelling? And he typed up some stats, some facts, some information, which he used to construct his argument. He said the take, women's college basketball is unwatchable. The facts. Finals, 82-59, 23-point UConn win over South Carolina. Final Four, 74-57, 17-point win South Carolina over Texas. 85-51, 34-point win for UConn over UCLA. Average point differential, 24.5 points. Elite Eight. 2 of 4 games were close. He is defining close as any game that is 10 points or less is close. Anything more than that is not a close game. He said 2 of the 4 games in the Elite Eight, 6 of the 8 games in the Sweet 16. 7 of the 15 Sweet 16 and onward games were blowouts. The basketball got worse, not better, as the tournament went along. 75% close games in the Sweet 16, 50% in the Elite Eight, 0% in the Final Four and Finals. Overall, only 35%, 22 of 63 games, were close games. That is, within 10 points. Compared to the men's games, where 9 of the 14 Sweet 16 games and onward were close, and 32 of 62 games, that is 51%, were close, as in 10 points or less. He said, don't know about the national championship game, as I had to take before the men's title game. The men's title game was as good of a game as we got in that tournament. Frankly, both Final Four games and the men's championship game were fantastic basketball games. Now, my counter argument. I'm going to start with this. I actually kind of understand what Diesel is saying here. But there is a problem with it. We had Lulu Kesson in this building about, 4 weeks ago when she was headed down to the start of the SEC Championship tournament on the women's side. She was kind enough to join us, did a couple of segments with us that day. And in the 2 segments that we did, we talked largely about women's basketball and its growth. Because one thing that you can't say is that women's basketball is not experiencing a surge in popularity right now. It absolutely is. I am willing to bet that over the next couple of days, as television ratings trickle in, we are going to see an elevated audience, not just for the national championship game on Sunday between South Carolina and Connecticut, but in the tournament at large. We obviously saw an elevated audience for the WNBA last year. We saw an elevated audience for the tournament last year, for Caitlin Clark, for Angel Reese, for Dawn Staley and the Gamecocks, etc., etc., etc. Here is what I have said for a while as a proponent, as an advocate of women's basketball. If you watch the game expecting to see the same game as the men's, you're going to be disappointed. And as long as we have takes like this from Diesel, we are going to continue to see a world of women's college basketball where you have 4 or 5 teams stockpiled at the top, and then you have a bunch of other teams that just don't have the talent to compete. That is because the pool of players is just not as large. Number one, you just, by default, don't have as many women who play sports as men. I'm not saying there's any reason behind that. It's culture, it's lifestyle, it's interest. It's the old men are from Mars, women are from Venus concept of, and this is absolutely fine, we just like different things. The priorities of men and women, I am painting with a broad brush. As someone who is accepting of and an advocate for all lifestyles, sexualities, genders, and ideologies, etc. It is also fair, I think, to paint this particular topic with a broad brush. There are diehard women who are sports fans. As I have said many times on this show, when you call, when you text, ladies, you go to the front of the line. You will also notice that over the years, I do my darndest to include as many women in the broadcast platform as I possibly can. That is why we have had Savannah and Emily and Lulu and Amy and the litany of guests that we have had on that are women in the sports world. That is why when I go work for the Greenville Swamp Rabbits, the Greenville Triumph, the Greenville Drive, etc., I advocate for women to get opportunities because there is more room. There is enough room for all of us. But there is also a broad brush to be painted with. And the broad brush says that more often than not, traditionally speaking, fair or not, or whatever the reason, women just aren't as interested in sports as men. That leads to a reality where there just aren't as many players. There's just not as many players. With basketball on the men's side, you can spread the talent pool out because it's a lot larger. With women, there just aren't as many players to go around, which means the talent pool of top-tier players is just not as large as on the men's side, which means it's easier to concentrate talent at USC, at UConn, at Texas, etc., at Notre Dame, at USC, and it shows up. But as we have continued to elevate, accelerate, endorse women's basketball, women's sports at large, you will notice that we are finding more and more great players. When I was coming out of high school, it was pretty much Diana Taurasi. And every now and then you had a Cheryl Swoops or you had a Sue Bird or whoever. But in the college game, it was UConn It was Diana Taurasi. Well, they have 9 seasons where they went undefeated because if you were a good player on the women's side, you just went to UConn and they were able to roster as many of them as they wanted because they just had the room. There weren't a lot. But as we have continued to elevate the game, more and more women have gotten involved. More and more women at a younger age feel like there is a place for them in this beautiful game of basketball, that there's room for them in basketball, and the talent pool is increasing. And you were starting to see that because when I was coming out of high school, there was one team. One team. Now we got a handful. If you watch women's basketball with the expectations of the men's game, and this is why I've said for years, do you know how much more you will enjoy a sport if you learn to take pleasure from the playing of the game and not the result of it? I mean, invest in the result. Yeah, I want my team to win titles and trophies and all that. But if you learn to take pleasure in the playing of the game, not just the dunk, but all that goes in to the offense and the defense and the fast breaks and the zones and the mans and the reads and the rotations and the switches. If you learn to enjoy, as I do, watching a great pick and roll, not the dunk or the layup or the long shot that is a result of it, not just them getting and launching a three, but the actual pick and roll, the artistry of setting a good solid pick, of being able to turn and box out your defender and get that inside arm up and create a target. To watch that pass, there was a play last night that I texted my brother immediately that Florida pulled off. It was arguably the most beautiful pick and roll I've ever seen. And Florida hit it at the top of the key, threw a little inbound pass. The picker turned, got the hand up, beautiful target, great pass to the inside, easy bucket layup. And I texted my brother, I'm like, they should gift that, frame it, and hang it in the Louvre. That's how beautiful it was. If you learn to take enjoyment in the actual playing of the game, the women's game is great. No, they're not going to dunk. No, they're not going to have those high-paced, fast break back and forth as often as the men do. But the game of basketball is so damn beautiful. And they play the game, a team 5-on-5 game of basketball. I'm going to come back to this a little bit later because I have more to say about it. But the problem I have with somebody like Diesel is that he is watching for, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, and he'll get to address this afternoon, he's watching for the dunks and the fast breaks and not watching for the game of basketball. And he's missing out. And what this does is create a world where there's potentially young women listening who go, oh, okay, well, nobody cares, so why would I play? And you are possibly preventing the next Aja Wilson, Caitlin Clark, Paige Beckers. And that's where I kind of do draw a wall and go, this is a bad way to handle that. Talk more about it on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. I got to make a phone call real quick, guys. Y'all stay right there. I'll be right back. So I want to continue the bleeding heart Liberob take that I had just a few minutes ago. If you missed it, if you were not with us in the last segment, worry not. Let me catch you up very quickly. Diesel sent me he called me yesterday and told me he had a take, and then he sent me an email explaining the take. The take was that the women's college basketball tournament wasn't very compelling. And I do have to say, I am not real mad at the take. And I'm not mad at the take because technically the take as far as the games being competitive isn't wrong. UConn routed South Carolina. South Carolina routed Texas. UConn routed UCLA. There was a lot. And the unfortunate part, and I will say where Diesel is probably the most correct, is that the most competitive portion of the tournament is the early rounds. But why? That is because the teams that are not national championship contenders have a lot more spread out talent, ergo parity, than those teams have with the teams that are championship contenders. USC, UConn, Texas, UCLA, USC, etc.
All right, I'm trying not to participate in this, but I just want to throw something out there. Back when the college football was only 4 teams, how many blowouts were there?
A lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
So that's why this whole thing it's dumb. It makes no sense. Okay, you can throw in another sport. Same thing with college football. What's been the complaint forever? The same 4 or 5 teams win. That's the argument he's making about college basketball.
Sure.
It has so many holes in it. It really does.
Cole Bryson said that to him yesterday on the show. That was Cole's argument too, and it's a good argument. It's a correct argument. And Diesel's response was, well, that's a different sport. Okay, but right. But the fact is, we all continue to watch and celebrate that sport. I have not heard a take from Diesel about how college football isn't compelling because there are so many blowouts. Let's keep it a buck with each other. On any given Saturday in the regular season, how many great games are there? I'm not talking good. How many great games are there? Hell, how many good games are there? Because every week I turn on the college football nighttime recap show, and there's 50 games where D1 school blows out FCS school by 50 points. Right? That's just kind of it. Now, but even for the sake of just talking about basketball, let's put that to the side for a second. I am not saying that any of you have any obligation to watch or participate in anything that you do not wish to watch or participate in. I have the same feel about this that I have about, say, professional wrestling. If you enjoy it, watch as much of it as you want. And if it's not for you, that's okay too. The problem that I have is when you don't like a thing and therefore you feel obligated to denigrate that thing. Where you feel obligated to tell other people that they should not watch this thing that they enjoy. Now, I feel differently about it in one regard, and that is this. If you tell me I shouldn't watch professional wrestling because it's fake, Rob, I don't care. I've been hearing that since I was a child. And I don't care. And professional wrestling doesn't need my help. It just doesn't. WrestleMania is in Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, Nevada in just a few weeks. And for not one, but 2 consecutive nights, there will be north of 70,000 people filling up an NFL stadium to watch a scripted show because it's entertaining. The reason that I feel the way I feel and feel compelled to respond to this, Diesel poops on professional wrestling all the time, and I don't address it because I don't need to. Monday Night Raw on May 19th will be at the Bon Secours Wellness Arena, and there will be 17,000 of us packed in there because I got my tickets this weekend. 17,000 of us packed into that arena to watch that show. It doesn't need my help. The reason I will defend women's college basketball and women's sports at large is not because I particularly care if Diesel likes it or wants to watch it. I don't. He made a reference to White Lotus, which is a very popular show right now. My wife's super into it. She just finished whatever season just came out. I tried it. I watched like 2 episodes. It did not catch my attention. I feel the same way about Severance. I tried it. I watched like 2 episodes of Severance. It did not grab my attention. It's a cultural phenomenon right now, these 2 shows, White Lotus and Severance. I've tried them both. Neither one of them did it for me. And do you know what I don't do? I don't go around and go, you like Severance? Oh, you shouldn't. It's not compelling. You shouldn't like White Lotus. It's not compelling. Watch whatever you want to watch. If it's not for me, it's not for me. If it's for you, it's for you. That's fine. But I will speak out about women's basketball, women's sports. And the reason why is this. I firmly believe that sports are indeed for everybody. Is this a hot liberal take from Rob? I don't give a damn if you think it is. I do not care. Sports are for everyone. There is room in sport for everyone. There are roster spots in sports for everyone. If you are good enough to make a team and make a roster, and there is a team available to play on that wants you, you should be able to play free of any criticism, pushback, or bullying based on who you are. So, the reason that I have a take here is not that I'm going to push back on this tournament wasn't compelling from Diesel, because what compels you is subjective. Yeah? What compels you is subjective. I find the storylines in WWE compelling, and it drives me back. If you don't, that's okay. The problem is this. For years, this has been the narrative. And I have had young girls in my family that have felt, because of other members of my family and the way that they talk about sports, that drove them away from sports. And that is sad. I have had people in my life who have felt like there's not a spot at the table because of the way that people have talked about sports. If you're not compelled by it, don't watch it. But you are actively dissuading people, women, young women, girls, from feeling like they should be able to play. And even if that's not a problem for you, that damages the sport. That prevents the sport from becoming more compelling. That prevents the sport from growing. Because there might be the next Caitlin Clark right here in the upstate of South Carolina, who's in the back of their parents' car and they're on the way to school. And they're getting excited because they have watched over the past 2 years names like Reese and Clark. Old hat names like Taurasi and Bird, who have just been given a show on ESPN to talk about women's basketball, which was phenomenal, by the way. They have watched the growth of women in sports, both on the court and behind the mic, and felt like maybe I could go in that direction. Maybe that's something I'm really interested in. And maybe the next Caitlin Clark is driving around right now and thinking to herself, I'm going to make the team next year. And I'm going to try to get myself a college scholarship. And she hears somebody grab a mic and go, women's sports aren't compelling. They're not worth my time. They're not worth your time. They're not worth our time. I'm not saying that you have to sit here and like exalt the tournament and dedicate hours of your show to it. I'm saying if it's not for you, it's not for you. Talk about something else, right? Go somewhere else with it. Because what I am looking to do here is create a world where there are more Caitlin Clarks. Lonzo, let me ask you this sincerely. Were you at all compelled during the, let's say, rise of the Caitlin Clark era? Did you find yourself, intentionally or not, being exposed to more and having more direct contact with women's basketball during the rise of Caitlin Clark than in recent memory past that.
See, you're not going to like my answer because no, Caitlin Clark had nothing to do with it. I always watch the South Carolina Gamecocks women's basketball team as much as I can, and I didn't watch Caitlin Clark games. I watched the Gamecocks play.
That's fair, but I would
But
argue
I am a fan of that team too. So
I think that's fair, and I would make the argument that Dawn Staley and what she has done with the Gamecocks are just the team version of Caitlin Clark. We like dominance. I have said for a long time, there are two ways to become endeared via sport to American society. There are two. Number one, be the plucky, lovable underdogs, or number two, be dominant. This is a part of the problem right now, and I think I had this take a couple of weeks ago. This is the part of the problem, for instance, with U.S. men's soccer. For a hot minute there, and I think it's probably still true, U.S. women's soccer got more attention than U.S. men's soccer. Why? Because they kicked everybody's ass. And we will pay attention to stuff we don't even care about if we're kicking everybody's ass. I cite to you Michael Phelps. Genuine question, how much of the audience has watched a single Michael Phelps race that wasn't an Olympic race? I'm willing to bet less than 2% of you have seen a single Michael Phelps event that wasn't an Olympic event. But when we got the chance to put him in the stars and stripes and go whoop everybody else's tail at the Olympics and bring home dozens of gold medals, we were all in. We might as well have named ourselves the United States of Phelps because that was our guy. Simone Biles. Now, this is growing dramatically, especially in SEC country. But genuine question. Is probably a larger percentage, but how many of you have watched an Olympic event, or excuse me, a gymnastics event that wasn't the Olympics? Probably very few of you. 10, 15% tops. But when Simone Biles gets out there on the floor representing the red, white, and blue, oh boy, howdy, is she a national phenomenon. The reason that we have seen an influx in, say, women's soccer, enough to generate a national team that has won like most of the World Cups, is because of the fact that we've been so good that the nation has exalted it. And it's exalted it to the point that young women have felt compelled to play, interested in the game. And you're growing it. And what do you have because of that? Not just a women's soccer landscape at the college level that's beyond incredible, but now you have pro teams like the Greenville Liberty popping up around the country and developing these young ladies and sending them pro and developing them further for the national program so we can keep kicking everybody's ass. I want the same thing for women's college basketball. I disagree with Diesel's thought that it's unwatchable. And I will say this. The take of it's not compelling, I'm fine with that. Because what makes something compelling is subjective. Which makes something compelling is up to you. Again, everybody finds Severance compelling. I watched 2 episodes, it did nothing for me. Okay? But to say it's unwatchable, I disagree with that entirely. Why? Because, yes, UConn dominated South Carolina. Sure. And the end of that game maybe didn't have the heightened drama that last night's Florida-Houston game did, which was a fantastic ending. But I like, me personally, subjectively, I like basketball for the 5 taking on the 5. I find as much beauty in a perfectly executed pick and roll as I do a tomahawk dunk from the free throw line. I find as much beauty in a ball being rotated around the three-point line, dragging a defense out of shape to then be skipped back to the backside block for a mid-range jumper, as I do LeBron going up with 2 hands and flushing it. And that's women's college basketball at its finest. It is 5 women versus 5 women, and all 5 have to be on the same page and playing beautiful basketball to win. That's what's compelling. And when we create this environment that we are sitting here saying, hey, you're not worth the time, you're not worth the energy, you're not worth the effort, then if the next Caitlin Clark is riding around in the back of her mom's car on the way to school right now, and she was thinking after watching USC, after watching South Carolina and watching Juju and watching Paige Beckers, Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, seeing Diana Taurasi and Sue Bird get their own ESPN show to talk about it, et cetera, and she hears somebody go, it's not compelling, it's not fun, it's not entertaining, it's not interesting, I don't care. Then maybe she goes, well, then why do I? Why do I? And perhaps the next Caitlin Clark in the back of her mom's car gets talked out of trying out for basketball because nobody cares. Why would I do it? And she goes on to do something else. And we never get to see the next Caitlin Clark because of that. And we live in a pretty basketball-friendly part of the country. So I am genuinely afraid that that might be a reality. Is it unwatchable? No. Is it not compelling? That's up to you. Again, if you only find beauty in dunks, if you only find beauty in, people slamming into each other underneath the basket, then yeah, it's probably not compelling to you. But if you find beauty in the game of basketball, if you find beauty in ball movement, pick and rolls, zones and mans, screens, rolls, if you find beauty in the actual physical playing of the game, not just the buckets, but everything that leads up to every individual bucket in a game, then women's college basketball is as compelling as any level of basketball. And I think this narrative has got to stop. It's got to stop. We got to stop driving interest away from something and got to start explaining to people the beauty is in the game, not the dunk. The beauty is in the playing of the game, not the results of it. And that, to me, is the issue I take with Diesel's take here. All right, speaking of take, let us take a break. Take a break. You get it. You get it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dawn Staley of Sports Flashes, Lonzo.
I'll take that. Florida Gators are your 2024-25 college basketball national champions, defeating the Houston Cougars 65-63 despite trailing by as many as 12 points during the second half. Florida trailed by at least 7 in 3 of their tournament wins and staged comebacks as a theme of their title run. Speaking of South Carolina, they ended the women's basketball season number 2 in the polls, losing the national championship to UConn on Sunday. However, the Gamecocks have reason to be optimistic as ESPN Bet has them labeled as favorites to win next year's title. USC opened at plus 450 ahead of 5-1 UConn and 6-1 USC. Tune in this afternoon from 3 to 7 p.m. for Wire to Wire. Cole Bryson and Diesel ride shotgun on your drive home. Get you up to date on the latest local and national sports news. Great guests, great debate, a whole lot of fun, and it's all Wire to Wire. Simpsonville. Oh, yes, Simpsonville.
I love that, William. I love that. Good. I'm glad to hear that. You tell her the Rob Brown Show is pulling for her.
By the way, my daughter played sports for 12 years. Granddaughter's on her second sport at 6. So, and they're very entertaining.
And is healthily supported through it. Hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show starts now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the great one, Alonzo, and you be a part of the show. The Hub City Spartanburgers text line is 844-326-3663. 844-FANFONE. That is also the number to call the radio broadcast, 844-326-3663, if you'd like to get at us in that direction. You can tweet me at The Rob Brown Show. You can tweet the great one, Lonzo, at Lonzo on Word. You can get it everybody up in this hizzle at The Rob Brown, at The Fan Upstate on Twitter if you'd like to come at us in that direction. You can email me. You got something a little bit more long form, but you don't want to call. That's okay. rob.brown@thefanupstate.com. rob.brown@thefanupstate.com. We were talking the last hour about Diesel's take on women's college basketball, specifically the tournament, in fairness, not being compelling. And the crux of my entire take on that was that, to me, it is disappointing. Not because I think Diesel or anyone else has any obligation to find something compelling just because I do. But it is more along the lines of, I get disappointed when people take the stance of, I don't like this thing, therefore you should not like this thing. With exceptions, like well-done steak and ketchup, you shouldn't like that. But outside of some, and for the record, that's a silly exception, okay? I don't go to steakhouses and chastise people for not eating their steak a better way.
Not with your words.
Correct. I do it with a stink eye. Now, I don't have a problem if you give a stink eye, but keep it to yourself. Okay? Do you understand how much better this world would be if, when you have an opinion, you just, IDK, kept it to yourself? It doesn't matter. Okay? Now, that's hilarious coming from a guy whose literal job is give his opinions into a microphone for 4 hours every single day, and then again on Saturdays, and then on various guest spots on other shows throughout the week. That's a little different. But if someone is doing something or watching something or listening to something you don't like, then don't do it or listen or watch it, okay? The take is, effectively, when people have those conversations, you are dissuading young people, specifically in this case, obviously, young women, from feeling like there's a place for them. And I don't like that. We have now had 2 different people who have reached out. William said, my daughter is 12 and a hell of a volleyball player and will be going out for the middle school team because of my wife and I bringing her to Clemson games and putting time and effort into her development. She is aspiring to play on the Olympic team. Women's basketball, softball, volleyball, lacrosse, et cetera, is incredible. I agree. Now, if you don't find it compelling, fine. It's not for you. I don't feel like you need to necessarily go out of your way to tell everybody why you don't find it compelling. Because what I want is a world that William's daughter lives in, where she sees Clemson volleyball and Team USA volleyball, and she sees them celebrated and venerated, even if it's in a small circle. Maybe it's not on the scale of the LA Lakers or the Dallas Cowboys, but she sees that women's sports are celebrated, that people are buying tickets, that people are investing in it, and goes, I want to do that too. And feels like that's what I want. That's what I want. Another texter said, Rob, I watch Clemson gymnastics with my daughter because it's Clemson and because my daughter loves gymnastics. Yeah. You know why she loves gymnastics? Because here is I'm assuming dad, but maybe mom, I don't know, either way, parent. Here is a parent who has fostered and encouraged a space for their daughter to feel like women's sports is something worth doing, taking the time investing in. Now, the reason I brought all this back up is because I want to take it one step further. 2 nights ago, Alex Ovechkin set the NHL's all-time goal-scoring record. He passed Wayne Gretzky's 894 and got goal number 895 during the second period of a roadie at the New York Islanders. They stopped the game to do a 25-minute ceremony to honor Alex Ovechkin during the game, a ceremony that even Islanders fans, not the team Ovechkin plays for, stood, gave him a standing ovation, saluted him, were respectful and courteous during the ceremony itself. It was a phenomenal moment. It was a moment that happened about an hour and a half before the puck hit the ice for the Greenville Swamp Rabbits game that I was at, and it was all anybody in the building was talking about. The staff members, the players, the coaches, fans. Now, we were in a hockey environment, sure. If you're at one of those games, you likely have at least some affinity for the game of hockey. And we watched a record that I am not going to say will never be broken, because y'all spent a very, very long time talking about Wayne Gretzky's record never be broken, and it got broken. But it is a record that is unlikely to fall in my lifetime. It will take, if they're on the same pace as Ovi, it'll take 19 or 20 years for someone to break that record. If there's a player in the league today that's going to threaten Alex Ovechkin's all-time goal scored record. By the way, Ovechkin's not done. There's still 5 more games in the season and the playoffs. He could end up getting to 900, 902 by the end of this year. If that record's going to fall and somebody started working on it today on the pace that Alex Ovechkin worked at, one of the greatest, if not the greatest goal scorer of all time. If somebody was going to break it, Rob Brown's going to be 60 years old when that record falls. If I may be morbid for just a minute, my dad didn't make it to 60 years old. If somebody started today, there's a better than 0% chance I won't be alive when it gets broken. So yeah, it was a big deal. And as a hockey guy, I do love the sport. It has grown on me over the years. Why? Let's go back to that word that I talked about in the last hour, exposure. Because when I was in high school and had no interest in hockey, a buddy of mine, an Air Force brat, whose dad was at Eglin Air Force Base, and he moved down from the Great White North, said, Rob Brown, my dad's taking me to go see the Pensacola, at the time, Ice Pilots, now Ice Flyers. Do you want to go? And my mom and dad were like, yeah, go ahead, go have a good time. And it was just a good way for me to get out of the house and stay up past my bedtime. So we went. And I didn't know a damn thing about hockey. But by the end of the game, I was intrigued, I was interested. And he said, well, we go to a couple of games a month. I'll bring you to another one. We kept going back. Then I grew to love hockey. Eventually, I ended up working in hockey. Still do. 20, 22, 24 years later, still do. Love the sport. So when Alex Ovechkin broke the record, I was elated. I got to see something happen in a sport that I love's history, that it is not just possible, but probable will not be broken until well after I am dead and buried. It's a big deal. So imagine my disappointment The next day, as happened when we were on the air, but the clip made its way to me after we got off it yesterday. Imagine my disappointment when I got off of the air and I get a clip sent to me from a friend of mine that is also a hockey lover that said, Rob Brown, here's the problem. And I got this clip from ESPN.
I got a question for you. More impressive scoring record, Ovi or King James?
LeBron. But what I will say, PK, is that I love the way you guys have handled this situation. You guys are not saying, well, hockey is so much softer now, and that's why Ovi broke it, like somebody else I know. Because every time Go James tries to do something, they try to minimize it and talk about the league has gotten soft. But let me tell you how impressive LeBron James' record is. He did it in 150 fewer games. It took the same amount of games, 1487, for Ovi to break Gretzky's. So when it's all said and done, this record is about to be untouchable. Ovi record and LeBron record, I don't really think it's close.
Alex Ovechkin breaks the NHL's all-time goals scored record, defeats Wayne, the Great One, Gretzky. As I mentioned, it is a record that has taken 20 years plus to fall, and at the very best will take another 20 to even be challenged again. And the very next day, I'm not saying that I need you to switch your entire morning show coverage to just hockey. But when Alex Ovechkin scores this goal and sets this record and hits this milestone, and we all got to watch the day before this historic moment, and the next day, you don't just play to the narrative, but you quite literally do the thing where you find a way to make Alex Ovechkin taking down a record that has stood for 1,000 years. And in a breath, with, by the way, PK standing right there. PK Subban is right there. A dude who has become, along with some other names like Messier, etc., PK, I would make the argument, has become the media frontman for hockey, has become the face of hockey. He's right. He's on the set. He's on camera. And they go to Shannon Sharpe, and he gets to make it about him and Skip, and he gets to make it about LeBron James. Wildly frustrating. Wildly frustrating. Now, I'm not saying that there's not room for more LeBron conversation. And for the record, as a TV, radio, media, broadcast guy, I understand. Sometimes you've got to go pull the trigger on a topic that you know is polarizing to get the juices flowing a little bit. Conflict breeds audience. That's just the reality. We can all say we don't like it, but it's the reality of this industry. Sometimes Lonzo and I have got to take a cheap shot at Clemson or a cheap shot at South Carolina or allow one of you to use the airwaves to do so. Why? Because the other side's going to fire back and wango bango just like that. We got a little rivalry conversation going and it breeds the audience. Sorry to pull back the curtain. Everything's wrestling. LeBron James is the most polarizing athlete on planet Earth.
Except for I really don't like Clemson. Sorry.
Well, there's that, but you get it.
Sorry.
You get it.
Just,
Sorry to pull back the curtain. LeBron James is the most polarizing athlete on the face of the planet. Half the country loves him, half the country hates him. There's very few people who are neutral on LeBron James. And so, anytime you bring up LeBron, you create a rift, a split in your audience. And that rift and that split generates conversation. One guy goes on Twitter and says, Shannon Sharpe's all over it. And another guy goes on and goes, Shannon Sharpe's an idiot. And the next thing you know, you got two people firing back and bringing in gravitationally more and more people into the conversation. And now all of a sudden you got a bunch of interest on social media. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters. Okay? But I do find it at the least disappointing, at the most flat out disrespectful, that there is an audience for hockey. I'm not making the argument that it's as big as the NBA. I'm not making the argument it's as big as the NFL. Hell, I'm not making the argument it's as big as college football. It might not be as big as college basketball. But here's what I do know. What I do know is that exposure matters. This is why I talked about Diesel's take. Not because I'm like angry at Diesel for having the take. I'm really not. I argued the take because exposure matters. It's what we go for. I got to sit down once or twice a week and cook up a 60 to 90 second TikTok reel, not because I have so much fun video editing. I do it because I need exposure. Because I never know when I'm going to send that video out where I have a take that's going to get fired up on the internet and people are going to start tuning into the show and I get attention. I'm not dumb. That's my job. Y'all all know that. Exposure matters. And so when I got a guy who brings down a record that belongs to the GOAT, the greatest of all time, no one has ever dominated their sport the way that Wayne Gretzky dominated hockey. I've given you the number. If I took away every one of Wayne Gretzky's 894 career goals, just on assist alone, Wayne Gretzky would be the highest point scorer in the history of the National Hockey League. Still higher than Alex Ovechkin. That's beyond bananas. That's incredible. He is the GOAT, the greatest of all time, in my opinion. And his record falls to a guy. And oh, by the way, just for the funsies of it, I would also like to remind you that Alex Ovechkin lost a season due to lockout and COVID, and another half a season due to COVID. Alex Ovechkin would probably, if those seasons hadn't happened, would probably be closer to 1,000 goals. We'd have probably seen this record fall a year and a half ago. Oh, and by the way, Alex Ovechkin broke his entire leg this season. Broke a leg, not a finger, not a toe. Broke his leg. Missed 16 games, came back, still set the record. Still got to 40 goals a season. He plays in those 16. He's probably having a 50-goal season at almost 40 years of age. So all this happens. All this goes down. It's a genuine. This isn't like a fabricated, forced moment in sports. This isn't something that you take something that's like, that's pretty good, and try to turn it into this big celebration and ceremony. This is the biggest record in sports. When you do every year that off-season, that peak off-season radio of, what sports record do you think will never be broken? Gretzky's goal total, for as far back as I can remember in my coming up on 18 years of broadcasting this fall, Gretzky's goal record's always in that conversation, and it just fell. And they spent 4 minutes talking about it, and then they immediately said, what about LeBron, though? What about LeBron? I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm not asking for hockey to get extra time. It deserved it in that moment. I'm not asking you to shift the show and like make PK the host of it for a day. I'm not asking you to turn it into the Alex Ovechkin morning show. But this man shattered a record that was expected to be not one of, maybe the most untouchable record in sports. The only record more untouchable than Wayne Gretzky's goal record is Wayne Gretzky's point record, which I'm relatively confident will never be broken. It got broken. It got broken. And they immediately shifted the conversation to, what about LeBron? What about the NBA? Oh, I got people out here saying the NBA is soft, and that's not true. And LeBron did this, and LeBron did that. No, LeBron's not good. Actually, it's about Michael. Michael Jordan's the greatest of all time. No, it's LeBron. No. I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm asking for a sport that I like, that I love, that I want to have the attention that, frankly, I think it deserves. I have yet to bring somebody to a hockey game, Pensacola Ice Flyers, Greenville Swamp Rabbits, Nashville Predators, whatever. I have yet to bring a non-hockey fan to a hockey game and have them leave with any other emotion other than, I got to do that again. That was awesome. I want this sport to grow. I want it to be great. I think it can be great. I think it should be great. But when I got people who see one of the all-time sports records fall, when it was never expected to, and the immediate reaction is, how do I make this about LeBron James? I love LeBron, but that's wildly disappointing. That's the reason that I'm frustrated and brought this conversation up, brought exposure to it, because that is not good enough. In my ever so humble yet frequently correct opinion. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Wayne will have to live with every other record he owns. You mean all of them, James? You mean all of those records? I go on daddy-daughter dates with my 4-year-old to Tiger River Park. When they have softball tournaments, we stop and get ice cream and then watch a game or two. She loves seeing bigger girls play. Hell yeah. I love that. I love that. Again, like I've got young cousins in my family that are young ladies in my family who, you know, I go out of my way to talk with them, to talk sports with them, to celebrate sports with them, to endorse sports for them, because I want them to have the opportunity to feel like they have the opportunity to do something great. And those types of conversations, to me, damage that possibility. All right, give me 45 seconds. Be right back. Sitting for a minute because my knee hurts.
Smells like an outhouse in there. Don't go in there.
Thank you for the heads up.
Porta potties get cleaned. Outhouses don't. It smells like it's bad.
Now it's just a hole in the ground.
Right.
Give me 30 seconds, guys. Ryan, come out to a Swamp Rabbits game. Final game of the season is Sunday.
I also just got in trouble. So.
Oh. I didn't do it.
I forgot. I had to pee.
Brian, if you go to the Swamp, if you really do want to come out to a game, the last game of the season is Sunday. Tickets are $25 and no fees this week. So go to their website. You can grab tickets there. I will be there working that game.
Okay, that doesn't make sense because it's right there and I'm looking at it. Why would it not?
Lumos. So, we talked about having polarizing topics that come up on the show. We talk about the fact that there are some topics that as a radio dude, a TV dude, a print journalism dude, whatever, You know that there are some topics you're going to bring it up and people are just divided on it and they're going to fight about it. And that's part of the game. Okay? It's part of the game. I'm not saying you're all being manipulated because that would be a silly thing to say for somebody in this industry. Luke Kuechly used to play linebacker for the Carolina Panthers. Lonzo's indisposed at the moment because he's got to push some important buttons, but I would suffice to say I'm comfortable, Lonzo, speaking for both of us here on the radio program by saying that we're Luke Kuechly guys.
Absolutely.
We're Luke Kuechly guys.
When I got to interview the coach at the time about Kuechly, I still will remember asking him the question, can you get Kuechly to slow down? And he said, no, he only has one gear. And that's that's the reason why he's no longer in the NFL, because he only had one gear. Dude went all out every single play. And unfortunately, it led to concussions. To me, my favorite linebacker of all time.
Hard to argue. Hard to argue. I have said before, and I will say again, I'm a New Orleans Saints fan. I'm a divisional rival of the Carolina Panthers, which is why I am, and I firmly believe this, I'm a LOL, like I say goofy things about myself because it makes me laugh as kind of a goofy character on air kind of guy. This I am very sincere about. I think I'm the best guy in the upstate to listen to about the Panthers because I'm going to be the most objective and honest about it because I don't like your team. I don't like your team. What do you want me to say? I don't think anybody in this area is going to be more objective about that team than me. You can look at me goofy all you want.
Yeah, we've all heard your Bryce Young take. So
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. How'd the last season go?
That just
No.
Yeah,
no. How'd the end of the season go?
They sucked.
How did Bryce play the end of the season?
Did they win? Did they
wins
win?
and losses are not a quarterback stat. It's on a poster. It's right there.
You're proving my point.
My point is that
you're proving my point.
My point being,
all right, you're good. You're going to be realistic and honest about every player on the Panthers team except for Bryce Young, who I don't understand. I don't get it. Overrated, hasn't lived up to expectations, played a little bit better last year, and you want to celebrate even though they didn't win, okay? So, no, I'm not going to – no offense, as you have said to me many times this week and last week, but I'm not going to go to you for Panther takes because of your Bryce Young take. It just discounts everything else.
Because as we all know, the way that NFL games are won and lost is by only sending the quarterbacks out there and definitely no one else.
Yeah, you stand.
We know that.
You stand alone in your defense of the diminutive one, and that's fine. I mean, good for you. But I think that diminishes every other take about the Panthers because it's not a realistic take because he's not good.
The beautiful thing about America,
he's not good.
That
He's horrible.
Is exercising right now is your right to be wrong. If you think. James said the real question is, how does Bryce compare to LeBron?
That's a good question.
Great question.
We're not going to get into it because Rob won't. But yeah, I mean, you know.
I have been and remain.
That would diminish someone who's already, short.
I remain correct about my precious baby boy, Bryce Young.
No, you don't.
And the second half of the season last year, when Bryce Young was dropping dimes, proves that.
How many victories did that lead to?
Oh, my God, you're going to drive me through a wall.
By the way, just because you declare something is so, it is not. You could put all the posters. You could go buy the billboard outside the building. You're still wrong. I mean, but...
So wins and losses are a quarterback stat.
Absolutely. They absolutely are. And everyone out there listening believes that.
Yeah, everyone out there listening believes
including all the national sports media and everybody else who puts the quarterback, puts the loss on the quarterback.
Okay. Well, sucks that Patrick Mahomes sucks and Jalen Hurts is better than him.
He was last year.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts, better quarterback than Patrick Mahomes.
You're not going to offend me and try to put my stuff back on me because it's a quarterback stat. Yes, there is one winner every year. Everybody else are losers.
Honestly.
And that includes the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
They lost.
And that's why at the end of the season, when the Super Bowl winner, only the quarterback gets a ring because it's his stat. He did it. You see how silly that is? It's silly because there's 22 other guys who start. 22 other guys have an impact on the game.
Yeah, once again, analogy doesn't work, but you think it did.
That's not an analogy, Lonzo. That is literally what happens. 22 guys play on a football field every snap.
Buddy?
Yes, I am condescendingly buddying you hard right now. The hardest buddying I've ever buddied.
Okay, that sentence didn't sound right.
This actually was supposed to be a segment about Luke Kuechly and Cam Newton, but here we are. With me being right again.
I'm going to go back to doing the thing I was
No.
trying to fix.
No. You're here now. You're here
like
now.
I was
We are
ever
here
away. I moved my head away from the microphone. That's not really like, I mean, it could see how far away I was.
We're here now. I will come back to Luke Kuechly and Cam Newton in just mere moments from now. At the end of the season, a team wins the Super Bowl. And when that team wins the Super Bowl, 53 football players are given rings, not just the quarterback. Brad Johnson won a Super Bowl. I have never heard Brad Johnson listed amongst the GOATs.
Best quarterback in the league that year.
No, he wasn't the best quarterback in the division that year.
Yep, he won the Super Bowl.
But
That
he
makes
played
him the
for
best.
the best team because, and this may shock you a little bit, this I need all of you to be seated when I give you this next take.
Seated
Football,
as in a chair,
as in,
not seated
yes.
as in seed 1, seed 3, seed 4.
I need you seated with
or
a
what
T.
you do with your lawn.
I need you seated with a T for when I break this news to you. Football's a team game. It's a team game. Now, I'm not saying that one guy on the field doesn't have more or less of an impact on what happens with the team. That would be a silly and illogical thing to say. But to say the result, the fate, the destiny of a football team is solely predicated on one guy is silly. That's a silly take. It just is.
Oh, you're right.
I know. Thank you. Finally.
Because that one guy, if he's not very good, can't cause the entire team to lose.
Lonzo, what was the sentence I said right before that?
I'm not going to quote you word for
No,
word.
okay, paraphrase it. Just give me a general concept. What was the sentence I said right before that?
Lonzo is right, and I feel bad that I got, that I have to admit that Lonzo was right.
Are there any,
That's
any
what
good
I heard.
attorneys in the audience right now? Because this is slander of the highest
What's
order.
an attorney? Hey, we got any attorneys out there? Give me a call.
What I said was, yes, one player can have more of an impact on the outcome of a football.
I'm glad you've calmed down, even though it's a condescending voice. I'm a little concerned for you because sometimes I think maybe that your head's going to explode literally, and aneurysm or heart attack or something. You need to, with all that caffeine you're ingesting, and then doing that thing.
I have hit the age where I can feel my blood pressure, and it's happening right now.
Well, I can feel mine too. My head hurts now.
Yeah, I can
That's
feel.
why I should have just sat over and be quiet. But I have a differing opinion, and then suddenly you just want to go.
No.
If you want to go, we can go.
Differing opinions are fine and welcomed.
Let's go. We're gonna go.
Bad opinions are not.
I know, but still you give them. But that's okay, because there are good ones too. But sometimes you get bad ones, like Bryce Young being a good quarterback.
Any hoodles.
Seems like an all right guy though. Just not a great quarterback. I bet his next career, whatever it's going to be, and we'll probably find out pretty soon. I bet he'll do well.
I cannot.
Pit
wait.
crew. He did real pretty well in the NASCAR pit crew.
He actually did, shockingly. I cannot wait for this season when Bryce Young once again performs and Lonzo has to come back and relive all of this once again.
Wow. You know what, Rob?
Can't wait.
I hope you're right.
And then
you know
Lonzo-
why? Because the Panthers are my second favorite team. That would mean they'd be winning.
And then Lonzo-
then I can say, Rob, you were right. The team's winning now. Way to go, you.
And by my being right, we'll just all come together once again to say Rob knows the ball.
What are the odds?
Just like he did.
What are the Vegas odds that the Panthers win the South?
I don't know. Let's find out. I'm going to go ahead and
Because I've heard some people
guarantee they're higher than
nationally
last year.
say that they're going to win the South.
Yeah, I've said that they're going to
Yeah,
win the
but
South next
I'm
year.
talking about the national people.
Yeah, the people who know ball. Not
You
Rob
have
Brown.
this love of Bryce Young that clouds your judgment on things.
The love of Bryce Young that said, if you give up on this guy, you're going to regret it, and then watched him cook the second half of last
and
season.
still lose.
Yeah, because wins and losses are definitely only on the quarterback.
Okay, dude.
Only on the quarterback. Carolina Panther total win total right now on BetMGM is set at 6.5. That is one game behind Atlanta's 7.5. It is, let me scroll down and find, let's see, New Orleans, identical 6.5. Tampa Bay's is 9.5. Slam the under on the 9.5. So they, according to the odds right now, they have got Tampa winning the division again, Atlanta checking in second again, Carolina checking in a tie with New Orleans for third.
Which is last.
I will say I'm taking the over on Carolina 6.5. I am taking the under on Tampa's 9.5. I am not touching New Orleans, and I'm not touching Atlantis. That's where I'm at right now. The BY that played the second half of last season was a different cat. Was the cat that I told you the whole time, if you let this guy go before he gets the chance to figure it out, since he was drafted into a dumpster fire of an organization inside of a larger dumpster fire of an organization. Because again, there are 53 other players on Sundays. There is a head coach and assistant coaching staff. There is a general manager and an owner, all of whom have an impact. And when Bryce Young got there, it was just a flaming bag of dog poop on a front porch. And now all of a sudden, their win total came up 3 from last year. 3, with everything else being the same.
Wow, so they're up to what, 5?
6.5. We said it a minute ago.
No, I'm talking about the win total last year.
It was 3.5. It's now 6.5, and it's within 3 of the team they expect to win the division. Oh, that's by a team, by the way, with 2 Pro Bowl wide receivers, with 4 Pro Bowlers on defense, et cetera, et cetera. Versus a team with a second-year head coach, a second-year general manager, a coming up in his second-year quarterback, because the first one doesn't count, and a rookie wide receiver they're hoping to be the first wide receiver.
Your cat.
1-1.
Oh, no.
1-1. Go to break. The Rob Brown Show, the Fan Upstate.
I don't care. I won last week, so, I mean, yeah. Had a long drought, but I won last week. I think that's my favorite. I don't know if you consider that a phrase. Joey B. Doo-doo booty cheeks is now in my vocabulary, at least for the next hour.
Booty cheeks.
No, doo-doo booty cheeks.
Oh.
You got, I mean.
Not just regular.
No, you got to do the whole thing. Short break.
Yes, that division is indeed doo-doo booty cheeks.
I predict the Saints are going to win the South this year. Just to spite Rob. So I have to say something nice about his team.
Kuiper's new draft has us taking Shador, though.
4 are against that.
I don't know. Genuinely don't. Part of me is like, if they do, I'm going to be for it. If they don't, I'm going to be against it. Shador Sanders played on a bad Colorado team and generated a lot of offense. So, like, there's a part of me that's like, the guy's a raw athlete. There's no arguing that. I don't know if I'm good with all the baggage. And there is baggage.
You're right. Saints historically pretty clean without any baggage at all.
That is correct, James. We never draft quarterback. We haven't drafted a first-round quarterback since Archie Manning. That's not a joke. That's a fact.
So Archie was such a bust, it made them never do it again historically.
Archie is the definition of your point being dumb and bad. Archie Manning would have been one of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of the NFL if he didn't play for one of the worst teams in the history of the NFL. Archie would have been up there with like the Johnny U's of the world if he didn't play for a garbage team his entire career. The Rob Brown Show continues. It is the Fan Upstate. Back to where we were. Luke Kuechly. Both Lonzo and I, who agree on very little, agree that Luke Kuechly was a dog.
You keep acting like we're so different, and we're not. We agree probably on 85% of stuff.
I know, but I'm playing it up for the drama.
Okay, all right.
Everything's
the
wrestling.
15%, though, is pretty bad.
It's pretty violent.
Yeah.
Luke Kuechly, we agree on. Absolute dog. And a guy that I am comfortable saying knows ball. Luke Kuechly was on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast 4 or 5 days ago and was asked a question about Cam Newton. And I found the answer interesting, not just because it's Luke Kuechly's answer. And I would be willing to say if Luke Kuechly has a take about the Carolina Panthers, I'm all ears. But it was a Cam Newton take.
Have you forgiven Cam Newton for not jumping on that fumble?
Oh my gosh, it was his toughness. We never questioned it. The guy never complained. He was the first guy in every day. He worked so hard, never yelled at guys, never threw guys under the bus. Like, that was just a bad game for us.
That's interesting you say that, because the way he's portrayed in the media is that, like, he's a cat that seems like a very much an eye guy.
Well, that
like when he's on ESPN, he's saying, I would rather have my MVP trophy than a Super Bowl trophy. I'm not getting that same vibe as I'm getting from you. Like,
love of the game of football, love of the Carolina Panthers. Like, Cam, you never questioned, is he going to play hard? Like, you never questioned that.
Luke Kuechly.
Are they playing like a Metallica knockoff in the background?
Yes.
What's going on there?
That is a clip that I have to, with great shame, acknowledge that got pulled from the Bussin' with the Boys Instagram account. And one of the ways that I find very cheap, but it works, one of the ways to get your videos trending is to take music that is trending and then place it as background audio over your clip. Because what happens is people start to, if they like enough videos that have a sound in them, then more videos that have that sound in them begin to trend, and that includes songs. And that song right there is one of the most trending songs on social media, has been for a long time. So you'll find that people will start putting that sound behind their videos, because if you have an algorithm that has been shaped by liking videos that have that sound behind it, the social media algorithms will start to give you more videos that have that sound behind it. And, you know, you may be able to get that video in front of some folks that otherwise wouldn't come across it. That's not why I came across it.
So marketing strategy.
It's 100% social media strategy.
Okay.
Correct.
Right.
That's why they do it. So Luke Kuechly says, I played with Cam. And the one thing we never questioned was his toughness and his commitment. He got asked, have you forgiven Cam for not jumping on that ball in Super Bowl 50? And Luke Kuechly said, never had an issue with him. Never had an issue. First guy in, last guy out. Never questioned his toughness. Never questioned his love for the team. Never questioned his love for the guys. Never questioned Cam Newton. So nothing to forgive him for. The only reason I find that interesting is because in the 5 years that I've been here as the single most objective and correct coverer of the Carolina Panthers since I moved here in 2020, the opinions on Cam Newton have been without a doubt and obviously the most controversial conversation about this football team.
Yeah, but their counterpoint was dead on. I mean, he has painted a picture of a me first guy.
I have a thought on that. And my thought on this is Cam Newton, since he left the Carolina Panthers, while there is a large percentage of the fan base that does love Cam Newton, and even if it is for justifiable reasons, Cam Newton is not celebrated by the Carolina Panthers. Okay? Now, whether or not that's okay, that's fair, that's subjective, that's up to you. But Cam feels like, hey, I played pretty good football for you guys. I'm kind of the best quarterback in the history of your franchise without question or doubt, and I got you to a Super Bowl. Maybe I should be, invited to stuff, right? Now, we pointed out last year, Cam Newton said, I brought my daughter to a Panthers game, and she was like, Daddy, where's your picture on the wall? And the Panthers don't have Cam Newton anywhere up. And the Panthers made a point, a correct point, by the way, that they can't put his picture up because Cam Newton is not retired, technically speaking. You got to sign paperwork that says, I'm done, I'm out. And then you can be celebrated. But they can't put it up because it would technically be tampering and could cost the franchise tens of thousands of dollars and or potential draft picks. But whether it is right or it is wrong, Cam Newton, I think, has gotten to the point that he goes, all right, let me get this right. Half the fan base hates me. Half the fan base curses me. And the team won't put my picture up in the stadium despite all I did. Is it really all that shocking that Cam says, I'd rather have my MVP than a Super Bowl trophy? Is it really all that shocking that Cam, not that he's right for saying it, but is it not a little bit understandable that half the fan base says this guy is this, that, and the other, and he wears funny hats and we think he's dumb? And the fan base, the team, and even, again, they can't, but in Cam Newton's mind, the team doesn't have a picture of him up in the stadium. They got pictures of every other Carolina Panther player there that's ever had an impact. But his name's not up. He's not in the Ring of Honor. They don't have him up on a marquee. They don't have pictures of him hanging in the boxes or whatever. In his mind, he has been disrespected by this team. And if you've been disrespected by the team, why in the world would you say, yeah, I wish I would have won a team award that the team could celebrate more than an award that pointed out that I was the best quarterback in the league at one point. I'm just saying, Cam takes crap from his own team's fan base with great regularity. I know that because I do sports within the fan base's footprint. And just about every time Cam Newton comes up in the news, I get a bunch of text, a handful of which I can't/won't read on the air. It's not just hate. It is vitriol from a solid chunk of Cam Newton's own team's fan base. And if he gets treated by that by half the fan base, and again, there's a reason, but in Cam's mind, Cam thinks the Carolina Panthers should celebrate their time together, and they don't. We put everything into the through the ringer here on the Rob Brown Show of three lenses: food, wrestling, or relationships. Let me put it through the lens of a relationship. If you spend 7, 8, 9 years with somebody, and there's 7, 8, 9 of the most wonderful years of your life, and then you break up. And after you break up, you find out that that individual is hanging out with a group of friends that you thought were your friends, and half that friend circle is talking about how much of a bleep you are, and a bleep you are, and the bleep you do, and the bleep you are, and the person that you bleeping are. And this person just lets it happen.
That was a lot of bleep.
A lot of bleep. And it's they're bad people. And then you find out not only is this person listening to half-year-old friend circle talk a bunch of bleep about you, but they don't stop it. They don't do anything to stop the bleep that is talked about you. And worse than that, when the bleep talk is happening, they don't say anything at all. They don't go, well, actually, he treated me pretty well. Like, it's sad it didn't work out. It's sad we didn't, reach and get a ring. But he treated me, we had some good years together. It didn't end the way we wanted, but we had some good years together, and that's a fond memory for me. No. They just sit there when the other person goes, that guy was a bleep, 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 and they sit there at the corner of the table going, and just let it happen. In what world would you then go, yeah, I loved her, or I loved him? You wouldn't. You'd go, yeah, I'm on to bigger and better. I can do better. I'm going to go do better. I think that's the mentality of this guy. So here's Luke Kuechly, and I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this lovingly. I am going to take Luke Kuechly's opinion of Cam Newton with a little more weight than any Carolina Panther fan. Rashad Beard included, for the record. And Rashad's not an anti-Cam guy. He's a pro-Cam guy. But the point is, if Luke Kuechly says, never once questioned Cam, didn't question his toughness, didn't question his heart, didn't question his commitment, didn't question Cam Newton at all, I'm not going to sit here and say that I can't understand, not agree with, but understand where Cam Newton is in terms of his relationship with the Panthers. I get it. Half the fan base calls him a clown amongst other names. The other half of the fan base just kind of like, yeah, he was good. We liked him a lot. And the Panthers sit there and do nothing about it. They do nothing about it. Again, there are some limitations on what they can do because he is not technically retired. He theoretically could join a roster right now if he wanted to.
By the way, I loved Cam when he was playing, going to training camp. Could not wait till he came out because no one worked the crowd like he did. It was, he just picked everybody up. It was an amazing thing. I loved him on the football field. Still think he should have probably dove for that ball, but that's fine. But since he's left, I think he's starting to cause people who were on his side to fall away by some of the things he said and done.
The only thing that he has said that I'm like, I can see why people would be upset about it. The only thing he said that I think would drive his fans away from him was the I'd rather have my MVP than a Super Bowl trophy comment, right? Because at the end of the day, you may love Cam Newton, but if you love Cam Newton, you probably love the Carolina Panthers first, right? You probably love them first. And so for him to say, I would rather have my MVP than have won a Super Bowl, that is, he would rather have a thing that he benefits from versus I would rather have something that he and I benefit from. I'm not asking you to agree with Cam Newton. I'm asking, can you understand what he said? Can you understand when half the fan base calls him awful names and says he was trash, and then the team he played for does nothing to try to squash that from their own fan base? Can you not, again, not agree with, understand why he would say, yeah, I would rather have something nice for me than have something nice for us when the other element of us, half of them crap on me and the team lets it happen? Again, not agree, understand. And to me, I understand.
Cam Newton is John Cena.
Yeah, but much like you have said with John Cena, he's got a point. He's right? Like, that's the reason I love pro wrestling right now, WWE right now, is because maybe with the exception of McIntyre, because I got to tell you, friend of the show, buddy of the show, Damian Priest, cut a pretty gnarly promo on McIntyre. All the heels have a point. Seth has a point. KO has a point. Sad news, by the way. We'll talk about that on Thursday during Fight Club, I'm sure. Drew got exposed a little bit, has a point. The bad guys have points. And when the bad guy has a point, and you kind of hit that Big Lebowski moment of you're not wrong, you're just an a-hole, right? Like, that's when it's at its best. I'm not saying Cam's right or wrong. I'm saying I understand where he's coming from. And when Luke Kuechly says, I don't have a problem with Cam, then I frankly don't think anybody else has justification to have a problem with Cam either. That's the take. This isn't going to be a great segue. This is the Sports Flash with Lonzo.
Wow.
Yeah, it deserved a better.
Not simple, but effective, and also true. The Florida Gators are your 2024-25 college basketball national champions, defeating the Houston Cougars 65-63, despite trailing by as many as 12 points during the second half. Florida trailed by at least 7 in 3 of their tournament wins and staged comebacks as a theme of their title run. South Carolina ended the women's basketball season number 2 in the polls, losing the national championship to UConn on Sunday. However, the Gamecocks have reason to be optimistic as ESPN Bet has them labeled as favorites to win next year's title. USC opened at plus 450 ahead of 5-1 UConn and 6-1 USC. Tune in this afternoon, 3 to 7 p.m. for Wire to Wire. Cole Bryson and Diesel ride shotgun on your drive home. Get you up to date on the latest local and national sports news. Great guests, great debate, a whole lot of fun, all Wire to Wire.
Look at Chelsea Green breaking out the Canadian Destroyer.
She is Canadian, even though she is our.
Joe and I have decided we're renaming that to the Geographical Destroyer just because you say it's the blank destroyer of wherever the wrestler's from. Do we start naming it cities after Americans, though? Like the Omaha Destroyer?
That actually doesn't sound bad.
No, the Omaha Destroyer sounds kind of gnarly.
Or it sounds like an Arena League team.
Sneaky candidate for all-time best promo. Cinderella for all-time best promo.
For those who get it, I mean, there may be someone like, huh? QC in the first break.
Wonderful.
The Rob Brown Show back on your radio, the final 60 here on the Fan Upstate.
Did you just talk there before you? Because there was
No, I did
hesitation
not.
before. Okay,
It's
'cause
1-1.
I can't see your face. So
It's
all right.
1-1. I will honor system. There is no point in competition if the competition is not honorable. I have never understood cheating. And it's not like a big moral high stance like, oh, if you're trying, nah, whatever. I don't understand cheating because, like, what's the joy in a win that you cheated to obtain? How do you find pleasure in a win that you did not earn? It doesn't compute.
I have had
to
many
me.
people wanting me to cheat so that you would lose and end up on the Nerf wall, and I won't do it. And I would take great pleasure if you were on the Nerf wall. I absolutely would.
Without a doubt.
I'll break out the big guns.
But you want me there because I lost.
I do.
Not because you stole it
Oh,
from me.
you've lost many times. You just weren't the worst one.
Then I haven't lost. The expression is lost, not failed to win.
I would love for you to be the biggest loser, but I'm not going to cheat to get you there.
Exactly. Listen, as the Bill Goldberg of the Upstate Pulse, which airs every Saturday from 7 to 9 on our brother station WORD, as the Bill Goldberg of picking stuff on that show. Eventually, I will get pinned. I will take the 1, 2, 3. I will hit the Nerf wall. I will be assaulted by a multitude of nerds with Nerf guns and will pay the price.
And many guests who have offered to come on.
I'm sure it is going to be a
Yes.
wholesale Nerf firing squad in that room.
I don't know how many people we can legally get in there and it not be considered an actual assault, but we'll get people working on that.
But in order for that to happen, somebody's got to take me down, and nobody has yet. Okay? All right, got a couple of sound bites I want to play for you. We usually do the audio blitz at 8 o'clock, but I wanted to get to that other thing we got to at 8 o'clock, so we get to it now. And I don't have a ton for you today. I got a couple of clips for you. I want to start with this one. Over the weekend, there was a baseball contest between the not Oakland Athletics and the Chicago Cubs. And during the game, there was an interesting little break in the game. Right in the middle of an inning, Chicago Cubs player Seiya Suzuki was seen running across the outfield to the locker room, which is out in left field. Left the dugout. And, of course, Cubs fans were sent into a justifiable panic because the Cubs, they're not a great team, but they ain't a bad one, and they do play in a bad division. They could win that division and give themselves a chance. Well, Seiya Suzuki running across the outfield scared the Cubs fans. Uh-oh, is he hurt? Is he injured? And this happened on the broadcast. I forgot to change my speaker things over. Hold, please, because it's worth the wait. And my ever so humble yet frequently correct opinion. And this happened.
This is the important stuff in between the half inning. I hear an enormous eruption of laughter in the Cubs dugout, thinking, what is going on? And look at that man running through the outfield. No, that is not PCA going to center field. That is Seiya Suzuki making the walk of shame, although he was sprinting, so it was more of a sprint of shame. But the guys in the dugout certainly got a kick of watching him sprint across, and you can see Seiya's big smile. So, folks, we have our first walk of shame.
Yeah, you needed something from the clubhouse, or you never.
You know, might have to use the facilities.
Right, I was going to say.
That's exactly what it was. My man, Seiya Suzuki, my guy, Seiya Suzuki, he had to go.
These are people too.
Yeah.
Sometimes something hits you and you're like, I cannot hold it. I've got to get there, and I got to get there now.
If you have never had to do the sprint of shame, congratulations. Worse than that, if you've never had to do the clench and waddle of shame, congratulations. I'm assuming you eat healthy. You miss out on a lot of great food, but I get it. You've never had to do the clench and waddle of shame. There have been at least 2 to 3 breaks in the, coming up on 5 years that the Great One and I have shared the airwaves together, where we'll be in a commercial break and Lonzo will get a text from me that says, yep, gonna need you to add 60 seconds to the break. Or I will leave the room during the break and tell Lonzo, just be prepared, might need you to add a few seconds to this break. The reason for that is because I have got to Seiya Suzuki. It's not like I want to. I have gotten to the point after 17 years as a radio broadcast professional that I've kind of trained myself that in the heat of competition, and I do view every single 4-hour radio program as competition, it is me against myself to be the best I can be. It is me against you to keep you entertained. It is me against every other person in the state with a microphone to get Zoe and I back to Columbia, South Carolina, and bring home another Crystal Trophy that says The Rob Brown Show is the best sports talk radio show in the state of South Carolina. Acknowledge us. But sometimes nature calls, and sometimes there's not a damn thing you can do about it. Sometimes you got to do the clench and waddle of shame. You're very fortunate if you've never lost that battle. I've lost that battle in public. It's the worst thing ever. It happened in a Target in Destin, Florida. Fortunately, I was in a place that sold underpants, so it was a quick and easy change. But it happens to... Does it not happen to everybody? I feel like it happens to everybody. Nobody wants to admit it. But I am brave and courageous as I am handsome.
Maybe not in a Target, but yeah.
I didn't say it happens to everybody in a Target.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if you're telling me you've never had that, I think I've got to, oh, no, I don't, and lost that battle, then congrats to you. But I think we all have. Seiya Suzuki was on the cusp of losing that battle in that spot. All right, let's get you some more sound in here as the show rolls on. Let's go with, you know what? Let's go with this one. The Masters is this weekend at Augusta National Golf Course. Don Riddle works for NBC News, and he put together a very interesting piece. He gave me some information that I did not know, and I did not know that I wanted to know. But it turns out I did want to know, and now I do know.
Have you ever wondered why they play the Masters Golf Tournament in April? Well, the answer might surprise you. It's got nothing to do with the blooming azaleas and everything to do with a completely different sport, baseball. You see, back in the day when Clifford Roberts and Bobby Jones built the Augusta National Golf Club, the major golf tournaments were already established. They knew that the only way to put their club and their tournament on the map was to lure the sports media to Augusta. So they looked at the calendar and figured that if they played it in April, then all the baseball writers would have an interesting distraction on their way back from spring training in Florida to their headquarters in northern cities like New York. And of course, they loved it, and they waxed poetic about it, helping to launch what has become one of the most beloved sports events in the world. And the rest is history. It just so happened that it all looked very pretty in the photos and then later on color televisions. But the pinks and the purples and the fuchsias that are so prominent in a Georgia spring, well, that was just a bonus. So if it wasn't for baseball, the Masters as we know it today might not even exist.
I did not know that.
Okay, he sounds like Charlie Bucket's teacher. Hopefully you get that reference.
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
And now I'm just, even though I saw you when you taped the video, I see Charlie Bucket's teacher out amongst the azaleas doing that. So it's all about baseball.
It's all about baseball. Always has been. I did not know that. I think I got to imagine most Masters fans. I just assume that's because that's when the course is the prettiest, right? April's got the springtime. The grass is green and luscious. The azaleas are in bloom. The dogwoods are fully out. Like, what a beautiful time of year in Augusta, Georgia. It's not too hot, but it's not cold. It's that perfect climate right in the middle. Like, it's a beautiful time. The reason Augusta is because of how absolutely pristine Augusta National Golf Course, known for its beautiful flora and fauna, available only in the springtime. But it's baseball that caused this celebration of one of mankind's greatest inventions, the game of golf. The weather, perfect springtime climate, the flowers in bloom, the birds singing, the squirrels doing squirrel stuff, and Kat Dennings on TV. Augusta National Golf Course, a tradition unlike any other. And you can all thank baseball for it. Thanks, baseball. Yet another great thing, courtesy of baseball. Hey, we talked about Luke Kuechly earlier in the show. We're both Luke Kuechly guys. You know who else is a Luke Kuechly guy? Greg Olson.
So I'm watching the Miami game. They're playing Boston College. I don't really particularly know a lot about Boston College currently, but I know they got this white kid, number 44, that's running around and he makes every tackle. But I'm like, okay, I mean, he's a good player. He makes a lot of tackles, but, you know, whatever. And then he picks 6 Miami, and every kid on Miami, as he was running to the end zone, not only were they not catching him, they were getting further away from you as you're running. And I'm like, holy, this white kid is flying. Fast forward to the off season, I'm in the weight room working out. And at the time you would bring in guys for, I guess they still do this, right? Like pre-draft visits. So all of a sudden this kid walks in with like some of our scouting directors and whatnot. And he walks in, I think you had glasses on. You were like dressed really nice. You'd had like a button down or a sweater or something. I'm in the weight room lifting and Luke comes over and they introduce, hey, this is Luke Kuechly from Boston College. He's here on a visit. So we shake, we talk, mingle for a little bit and he walks away. So I call one of the scouting guys over after Luke leaves. I'm like, hey, tell me about that kid. Because now all of a sudden this image of him pick 6 in Miami pops back into my head. I'm like, how good is he? Like, I'm like, we're looking at him as the number 1 pick. What were we, 10, 11? We picked 9.
Yeah.
So I'm like, we got a top 10 pick. I'm like, we're going to take that kid? They're like, Greg, he not only was the best defensive player in the ACC, he was the best player, period, in the entire conference and arguably the top handful of players in the entire country. I'm like, get the out of here. They're like, I promise you, this kid is I'm like, okay. So we draft Luke at 9, and I remember seeing him as first practice, and I was like, oh my God, this was what it must have been like a couple years before I got to Chicago with Urlacher.
I love that story. I'll tell you why I love that story. I love that story because as much as everybody likes to poop on the scouts and the analysts, as much as everybody likes to say, oh, the nerds, as much as everybody likes to say, there's no draft experts. Everybody's just throwing darts at a dartboard and hoping they get it right. This is just one more bit of evidence that, you better know what the hell you're talking about. You better be able to look at a short white kid at a Boston College and go, that dude can play a little bit. Because if you do, and you can get it right more than you don't, you end up with Luke Kuechly. There were a lot of other guys that could have gone above Luke Kuechly. A lot of other guys that Carolina could have taken at that spot. And if they had, we would have all sat here and been talking about Luke Kuechly, Arizona Cardinals legend. Luke Kuechly, Oakland Raiders legend. But we're not. We're not. We talk about Luke Kuechly, who is celebrated by the Carolina Panthers. And that is, that's awesome. Love to hear that. Hey, we've also talked about coaching and culture and how it's important. My favorite thing, as I've mentioned a number of times about this basketball tournament this year, is that it is proven what I have said for a very long time. There are 3 C's to recruiting: cash, culture, and coach. And I've also said for a long time, the cash is important. The culture is absolutely important. But at the end of the day, I firmly believe that having the right guy with the headset and the clipboard is most important. Here, after Houston lost the national championship game last night, was J'Wan Roberts, a senior who played his last game as a Coug last night under Kelvin Sampson. Here were his final comments in the post-game press conference.
Coach Sampson's been everything to me. From Coach Sampson down to grandkids, everybody played a part in me being here for 6 years. And I wanted it so bad for him. So bad. And it hurts because I can't do it next year. I can't put myself in position to do it next year. It's been my last time wearing my jersey, and I feel terrible. But I told the younger guys, to the returners, to remember this feeling. So when you in this moment again, or you're in this situation again, you'll be on top. And I feel like everything you go through in life is a lesson. And I'm glad I could play with LJ. I'm glad I played with all those guys. But Coach Sampson, the role that he played in my life, I can't even put into words.
That's the type of dude. That's how you want your kids talking about your coach when they leave your program. We heard the same thing out of Paige Beckers leaving Gino Auriemma when she was asked what Gino meant to her. And she said the same thing. He was everything. He built me. He made me. He coached me to who I am. Paige Beckers on her way to the W, where she will join Caitlin Clark in being the 2 most probably well-known and popular athletes in that league. That's the type of coach you better find to run your program. That's the type of coach that you better find to run your basketball program, your football program, baseball program, whatever. They still got to be able to coach. And I think that gets lost in the sauce a little bit sometimes, is we all talk about the culture of Coach Biggs, culture, got to have culture. And you do. That is true. They still got to be able to X's and O's. Been a lot of great coaches, guys like Randy Shannon, guys that University of Miami players that played for Randy Shannon to this day still go talk about how great of a guy Randy Shannon was. Problem was, wasn't a great coach. Great guy, great mentor, great leader, not a great coach. Miami suffered for that. Kelvin Sampson's a hell of a coach. And he's a dude that if you can get a fifth-year senior like J'Wan Roberts to grab a mic and as his final message on his way out of the door after his last game as a Coug, to have those words about Kelvin Sampson, that's how you get people moving forward. Athletes, recruits, parents of athletes and recruits, to get them to join in. That's how you build a program. You get guys like J'Wan Roberts to buy in and go, this is what this guy meant to me. Everything. Because I got to tell you, if I'm a high school kid, even if I'm a young, dumb 18-year-old, that's the kind of coach I'm looking forward to. If I especially want to be an NBA player, I need a guy that other guys say stuff like that about. What a moment. What a moment. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We will address one last time last night's NCAA men's basketball championship game. Florida defending, winning the title one more time again. We'll address that and more as we roll out the final hour of the Rob Brown Show with the Fan Upstate. Oh, that's right. All right, guys, quick live reading coming right back. Stay right there for me, please, and thank you. Houston with the great run through the tournament, but come up just a couple of points short against the Florida Gators. 65-63. The University of Florida becomes the first university with 3 national championships in both football and men's basketball as they get the job done against the Cougars last night. A couple of thoughts and observations about this contest. I will start with Houston for 30 minutes was doing everything right. Frustrating defense. We're taking Walter Clayton Jr. out of the game. What did he start? 0 for 6 with 0 points in the first half. I think like 10 minutes into the second half, he had like 3 points at that point. This was a cat who was setting career highs game after game for like 3 games in a row coming into this. And while we were doing the show yesterday, I said there's a couple of keys that I think both teams need to adhere to. One of them for the Houston Cougars was, as difficult as it might feel, you've got to find a way to prevent Walter Clayton Jr. from taking over this basketball game. And for about 30 minutes, they did that. Every time he got the ball, he was double teamed. It was hand checks outside of the 3-point line. It was just frustration after frustration after frustration. Kid couldn't get anything going. Number 2, it was be very physical with the University of Florida. Utilize your big men. Rebound them. Win the battle inside of 6 feet. For 30 minutes, Houston did that. In fact, in the first half, I only sent out like 3 or 4 tweets during the course of the national championship game last night. But one of the ones that I sent out was, Alex Condon looks frustrated. No, panicked. The big man for Florida looked panicked. There was a point at 10, 11 minutes into the game where Clayton Jr. had the ball up at the top of the key, was dribbling to the right. He had Richard out there outside the 3-point line, and Houston was doing what I expected Houston to do, which was double team Clayton when he has the ball, drop a defender to the outside line to take Will Richard away from him, and make Florida play to the inside. Why? Because on a 1v1 basis, Houston wins the inside battle. I will let Alex Condon play one-on-one in the post all day long as I make it frustrating to get the ball to him. Now, as a basketball guy, here's what I'll tell you. If I have a point guard who is getting harassed by defenders and does not have a lateral pass, a pass to a wing player, a forward or a shooting guard to his left or to his right, then what I tell my center is, you leave the block, you come to the free throw line, you get the defender on your back, and you get big. You put the defender on your back, and you become an outlet pass for the ball handler. It doesn't mean I have to have you do something with it. I don't need you to turn around, square up to the basket, make a big move. I just need you to be the emergency valve here, okay? I need you to get the ball, and then I need you to establish the ball so that everybody else ends up back on their own. And once you get everybody back on their own, then you go back to the guard. Well, you can turn and face the basket and attack if you've got room. If it's 1v1, go to the rack. Take the ball to the frame. But if the defense compacts around you, as is what normally happens, then you let the defense compact around you and you hit the outside pass back to your guards or your forwards to the outside so that you can reestablish the half-court set. There was a point where Walter Clayton Jr. was getting harassed by a double team. The wing player shot out to take away Richard. Take away Richard. And when they did, that's the spot where I need Alex Condon to leave the block, come up to the free throw line, extend, and make yourself big and be the emergency valve for the guard. He did not. In fact, he stayed on the opposite side block, away from the ball. You're not a factor right now. You're not helping. In fact, you're actually making it worse in this spot. You're making it worse in this spot because both being on the block and being on the opposite block, what are you allowing to happen here? You're allowing your center defender, your post defender, to slide off of you and play the middle. So now, not only have you eliminated yourself as a outlet opportunity, but you have allowed a defender to drift into the middle of the court. And once that defender's in the middle of the court, what can happen now? Now, Clayton can't split the double team and drive the lane. Because if he splits the double team and he drives the lane, now there's a 6'11" big man denying him everything in the middle. You've made it worse. And at that point, I was convinced Alex Condon is afraid. He's panicked. He does not want to rise to this moment. And that was the moment that I thought, Houston's winning this ball game. I had money on Florida -1.5. Houston's winning this ball game. We got to the second half. Houston, in the first half, about a third of their field, despite the fact that Florida's big man was very clearly apprehensive about getting into a battle down low. About a third of Houston's field goal attempts at that spot, about a third of them were three-pointers. That was one of a couple of other tweets that I sent out last night. The way that Condon was playing, the way that Houston's interior defenders and offensive players were playing, post guys were playing, there is exactly and precisely zero reason that the Houston Cougars should have had 1/3 of their field goal attempts in the first half be three-pointers. I know they're a team that likes to shoot the three. I don't have an issue with them shooting the three. The issue I have is Florida's interior player, primary player, is not the guy right now. He's a good player. I told you going in, there were reports that on Friday, Alex Condon was not a full practice participant, that he was running effectively shooting progressions and defensive shapes, but non-contact, right? They were just working on keeping the shape right. So I said, what? Going into that game, attack, 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 attack. Get the ball in the middle. Make him have the game of his life. Anything less, you dominate the paint. And when Alex Condon looked like he was playing panicky basketball, like he did not either A, want the ball, or B, know where to go to help, Houston's pulling up threes from range. Now, there was another spot in the game where I thought Florida got a little bit panicky, which was early in the second half when they were just launching shots at the rim. Texted the little brothers in the chat right now, as a matter of fact. Texted him. I'm like, I don't know, man. Maybe just stop throwing a bunch of bull at the rim. Like, maybe stop doing that because you're not establishing anything. And when Houston, at that point, though it did change, when Houston was owning the glass at that point, all you were doing was taking possessions, one-shot possessions, creating a world where Houston was getting the boards and then able to go the other way. You weren't giving your guys an opportunity to get second chance shots, to get second possessions, to get garbage point layups. And that's where Houston went on a run that put them up 12-0. But then we got late in the game. And all of a sudden, the vibe shifted a little bit. Florida knocks down a 3 or 2. Houston starts to expand their defense outwards. And then Alex Condon found his confidence a little bit. Then all of a sudden, Florida did not back down. And Houston did. And unfortunately, they didn't learn the lesson that UConn learned. They didn't learn the lesson that Texas Tech learned, that this team is not dead and buried until it's dead and buried. Florida is like a Marvel movie. There's the old Marvel movie rule that nobody's dead until you see the body, and even then, maybe not. Houston didn't learn the lesson. They did not sink the dagger. They just kind of kept toying around. And Florida did not let them beat them up in the final 4 minutes of the game, which is when they won against UConn and when they won against Texas Tech. That was their mistake, the Houston Cougars. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
See how those fields irrigate tonight after all that rain. Interesting. The kids are going to be running around getting muddy. And if somehow I can take enough time to teach Silver how to swing the bat right and not like it's a hatchet or a really large axe.
It's a weird motion to learn.
It is. And I thought I had it last week. I mean, I was getting her to come straight across with the bat and everything. And then she got up to ask her after the game, was like, what were you doing? She's like, I forgot. I was like, okay.
Coaching Little League Baseball was the single most frustrating coaching experience in my life. Not frustrating, like the reward of it when they got it was incredible. But like trying to teach, and I assume this is what you're going through, the not this.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Oh, there's reaching involved too. But it's coach's pitch, so some of it has to do with the pitching being where she thinks she needs to reach out to hit it.
The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate, the final few minutes of the show. Let's get some text and tweets that y'all have sent to the radio broadcast in, shall we? Texter said, Rob, I'm behind on the Odyssey app because of work, but Diesel's take yesterday was so bad. I've come to the conclusion that he just doesn't like sports. Cole tried to show him it happens in every sport, but he did not want any part of it. He said that to me yesterday. So again, behind the curtain, Diesel.
Wait, he said he didn't like sports?
No.
Oh, okay.
He called me yesterday at like 7:05, like right after they got off the air. And he's like, listen, you're going to walk into a bleep storm tomorrow. Here was the take I had. And I know that you're going to address it because the listeners are going to tell you what I said. And I want to give you my full argument so that you can address the argument, not the made up boogeyman argument that listeners are going to tell you that I made. And I said, cool. Holler at me. Give it to me, big dog. And he gave me his argument, which is women's college basketball is not compelling, which was fine. But then he used another word later, and he said it's unwatchable. And that's where I took issue with it. Now, I also heard, not the last break, but the break before that, the wire-to-wire sports spin. And I will tell you that, and I mean this, I stay in this room for that break because I genuinely am curious as to where Cole and Diesel go. Because more often than not, it is a topic from the show the day before. And I do listen to about an hour of the show every day because I got other stuff I'm doing too. But I genuinely really like their show. And sometimes I miss the take that goes in the sports spin. And that was Diesel's sports spin, that women's college basketball is unwatchable. Now, Diesel said when he was telling me about this conversation yesterday so that I could address it and address his take, not y'all's take on his take today, his take, not mine. He said, Cole tried to point out that this has happened in college football before as well. And Diesel said, but that's a different sport. You can't compare apples to footballs, end quote, which I actually really loved. I thought it was pretty funny, but that's exactly what he said. And my thought was, yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. You don't get to say that this sport is unwatchable because of this thing, but this sport over here, even though it has the same thing, is watchable. I don't agree with that at all. The second thing that Diesel said, and this is the one that kind of got the goat, Texter, And by the way, you can text the show on the Hub City Spartanburgers text line at 844-326-3663, 844-FANFONE. The second thing that he said that kind of got the goat a little bit, a bird of my brownies, if you will, was this happens in the men's game. But I'm paraphrasing, but I'm pretty close. This happens in the men's game, but the high flying action and quicker pace of play helps to mask that. Now, this is where Rob Brown is going to sound like an absolutely pretentious D-bag. And I don't apologize for it.
That would be the first time for that.
Oh, of course. Rob Brown is, as he is now and always has been, a man of the people. But I am going to sound like a pretentious D-bag right now. And only right now. Probably will never happen again. Here's my pretentious D-bag take. You're not watching basketball. You're watching athletics. And that's okay if that's your thing. But you're not watching basketball. And you're not watching sport. You're just watching to be entertained. And there's a difference to me, right? And I use the example because it's a good one of people who like soccer and don't. I think it is the most illustrative that I can come up with what I'm trying to say here. If you are the type of person, and I'm not saying that I'm necessarily like in the room with anyone like this, or that any of you people are like this.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Were you talking to me?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all. If you're the type of person who says, I can't get behind soccer because I can't watch a 90-minute game that ends 1-0. I can't get behind soccer because I can't watch a game that ends 0-0 after 99 minutes of football action. Then you're the type of person I'm talking to. You don't watch sports. You watch athletics. You watch people being athletic.
If I could defend myself really quick, I do appreciate the shape that they're in, but my problem with soccer are the people who celebrate ties, and that's always going to be a problem. You're celebrating a tie, I have a problem with that because no one won, and I would like to see winners and losers, not ties.
There are winners and losers. At the end of the year, there is a league champion.
Celebration of ties, like it's the greatest thing in the world, is a problem.
No, stop it. No one does that.
You do that.
No one does that.
Okay, all right.
If I am a bottom of the table team and I'm playing a top of the table team and I am able to take a point away from them, then yes, that is cause for celebration. I earned a point that I was not expected to win, and at the end of the year, those points are added up to determine who the best team in the league was, top to bottom, left to right, up and down overall, right? Now, again, that's a different format. That's not who I'm talking about. Do I think that, respectfully, that's a silly reason to not jump on board? If you think the sport's good, but I just don't like
By the way,
that.
It's not respectfully, because you're not being respectful.
It's very respectful.
You can't say respectful and then say silly, because what you're saying is, it's not a silly take. It's an absolute awesome take, because I made it, and a lot of people agree with me. Exactly.
The people
Your take on my take is even more silly.
The people that I am talking to, the people I am discussing here, are not watching sports. They're watching athletics. And again, that's okay. But just acknowledge that. You're not a basketball fan. You're a I want to be entertained fan. And again, fine. But you're not a basketball fan. A basketball fan recognizes that for every dunk, there's 7 other possessions that influence the game. A football fan recognizes that for every high-flying, amazing, you got mossed tutty that gets scored, there are 27 other plays that are just as important to the football game. If you watch a football game that ends 7-0, And you go, well, that was boring because it is not that it is 7-0. If you watch a football game that ends 7-0 and you go, that was boring because it is 7-0. And you don't recognize that maybe there's a reason that it was only 7-0. Hell, if you even say it was only 7-0, that means that for 99% of the plays in that football game, one side of the football was playing real good football. Hell, maybe all three were playing real good football. If you only watch football for the touchdowns, you only watch basketball for the, and I am gonna quote Diesel here, high-flying action and fast pace of play, then you're not watching basketball. You just want to watch freakishly athletic things. And again, that's okay. Whatever is your thing to watch. Severance is the biggest TV show in America right now. I watched 2 episodes. It did nothing for me. I watch 7 to 8 hours of professional wrestling every week. My wife does it. It's my thing. It's not hers. And that's one of the times that we do things apart from each other. I don't have an issue if you don't like it. Fine. I do have an issue with, well, I'm a basketball fan, but no, you're not. No, you're not. You're a fan of watching freak athletes do freak athletic things, and that's okay. That's fine. But you're not watching basketball. You're watching freak athletes. I have made the argument before, and I'll make it again. Women's college basketball is the highest form of pure basketball, right? When you talk about playing pure basketball, I am talking about having to run sets, picks and rolls, good solid crisp passes, high percentage shots, shot selection. You have to get all of that right to win in the women's game. In the men's side, you can just out-athlete the other team sometimes. Sometimes, not every time, but sometimes. More often than not, you can just out-athlete the other team. You can't really do that in women's basketball, mainly because the talent pool isn't large enough that there's enough Caitlin Clarks, Angel Reese's, whatever, to do that. That was South Carolina's big problem this year. In the past handful of years, they've had that 1 or maybe 2 dominant players that they could lean on. Asia Wilson, Aaliyah Boston, those dominant players, Camila Cardoso, those dominant players that if everything's going wrong, put it in that girl's hand and just let her go out-athlete everybody. But more often than not on the women's side, you don't really have that. UConn had Paige Beckers, for sure. And I think that's a big part of the reason they won the Natty. But they had to play good basketball to make sure that Paige Beckers had her opportunities to score and do Paige Beckers things. And they did, and they won a Natty because of it. I will say this. If Diesel prefers high-flying, fast pace of play to make basketball compelling for him, that's fine. But he's not a basketball guy. He's a freak athletes doing freakishly athletic things. If you watched last night when Houston was throwing down oops and rebound dunks and going, bang, that's basketball, baby. I'm not disagreeing. Good, solid fundamentals put him in a position to make that happen. But if you didn't watch, Florida repeatedly run the most beautiful pick and rolls at the top of the key to get a guy open, and then see the defender get put onto the back and the hand flash and an over-the-top pass into the one spot, and then kiss off the glass layup to score 2 and think that has the same amount of beauty and grace and necessity of talent as Houston's alley-oop dunks did, then you're not a basketball fan. You're a fan of freak athletes. And that's okay, but you're not a basketball fan.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
That's on me. That was a weird place to take that break.
Listen. Pregnant pause left there on purpose so your point could linger.
It was poignant.
And also, I wasn't paying attention. All right, the first thing that's Xing is Jurassic Park.
Do we have a new trailer out? Because there is a new Jurassic Park. And I'll say this. I'm intrigued by the new Jurassic Park. Scarlett Johansson in it. That's not why. Okay, it's not why. I'm intrigued by it because they've been trying to recapture the magic of the OG Jurassic Park, which the first time that T-Rex came out from behind that fence, man, I was a kid, and that was movie bleeping magic. And they tried for like 6 movies to recapture that. And I think what they realized is that they can't, Zoe. So now we're just doing monster movies. And don't get me wrong, Rob Brown is all in for a monster movie.
Okay, that's not what this is about. By the way, they've decided to go.
It's the Direwolves.
It is.
Okay. All right. Let me address this real quick because I am a big advocate for science literacy. The story is we unextincted the direwolf. That's not totally true.
It's a combination of a
gray wolf.
Yeah, it's
What they
DNA
did-
from so it's not. It's a hybrid.
Correct. What they did was they extracted DNA from a dire wolf skull that had been preserved and found, and then they took the genetic splicing technology that's been developed, like CRISPR, over the past decade or so, and they took 20 genetic signatures from the dire wolf, and they genetically modified a set of gray wolf puppies in order to give them certain traits of the dire wolf. So they did not bring back or unextinct the dire wolf, but what it does show is that with the right availability of genetic information, we may be able to do a Jurassic Park.
All right, because if
At
you
this
remember,
point, bleep it, let's do it.
in the original Jurassic Park, they took DNA from the dinosaurs and mixed it with DNA from other things to bring the animals back.
Dino DNA.
Thank you. Very well done. Yes. Also scary, and Jeff Goldblum's words ring out.
You know, I the whole concept of playing God, I get it. But also, the world's on fire. What the hell? Let's do dinosaurs. Screw it. Let's do dinosaurs.
I don't.
Why not?
Looks like clear skies to me out there. All right. The next thing that's Xing is Will Howard.
Will Howard. Okay, so there has been a shake-up in the quarterback draft standings, according to guys like Mel Kiper Jr., who now has Shedeur Sanders falling all the way to number 9 and being drafted by my New Orleans Saints. He has Jackson Dart drafted in the top 10. Jalen Milroe being drafted number 34 in the second round. Will Howard had been projected to be like a late second round, early third round pick. I have seen now Will Howard jumping up as high as the early second round to be drafted.
All right. He's Xing because he just spent some time with John Gruden.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Gruden's QB school is back. The thing where he brings the draft quarterbacks in and he basically kind of has like a sit down, like half conversation, half coach camp with him. And I'll say this. Okay. Like I'm not interested in it, right? Like I'm not a big Gruden guy, but I'm also not interested in it. I did see one. I don't know if it was with Will Howard, but he was talking to one of the quarterbacks, Zoe, and he's talking about the importance of making set hut one word. He's like, it's not set hut. It's one word, 2 syllables. Set hut. And then Gruden goes on for like 17 times in a row. He's like, Blue 44. Sit hut, sit hut, sit hut, sit hut, sit hut, sit hut. It's very awkward to watch.
Okay. Now I don't want to watch that one.
No, watch it after the show. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Okay. All right. 2 more. The next one that's Xing is South of Midnight.
Got nothing. Do it quick.
South of Midnight, that video game.
Oh,
about
yeah.
Swamp Thing.
I'm playing that today.
Yeah,
I'm playing that today.
It's out today.
Yeah.
And,
we're done with basketball. I'm playing that today.
And finally, I put this one last, and I don't know, I probably have done this before, but I can't help it. If it's Xing right now, it's procrastination.
We'll talk about it later. Yeah, see what I did there? That's good.
You don't have to explain the joke. Then it's not.
It's a good joke.
What are you doing?
It's a good joke. Procrastination. I'll do it. I'll talk about it later because I'm pretty. Hey, that's it for us. Thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you had a great time. If you didn't, sucks to be you. Have better taste in radio. Come back tomorrow. We'll try again. He's Lonzo. I'm Rob. Have a great rest of your day. Don't drink and drive. I'll punch you in the face. We'll see you back here tomorrow to do it all over again, but better on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Later.
My loins have been tingling.
We did it, everybody.
Yes.
We did it. Kane, they can do it for humans. That is actually one of the big controversies in the world of science right now, is that genetic modification is a reality. In fact, there are some uber rich people that are paying lots of money to be able to specify genetics for their child, down to and including the sex of their child. It is a big conversation in the philosophy world about whether or not that is a good, bad, positive, negative thing, is to be able to genetically modify your baby. So if you just want a baby with blue eyes, and CRISPR knows where the where in the genetic sequence the gene the gene expression for blue eyes is, they can go in and they can actually tinker and they can turn on the gene for blue eyes and off the recessive genes for, blue eyes are a recessive gene. They can turn off the dominant genes for brown eyes, and they can turn on the recessive gene for blue eyes and basically guarantee the baby's going to have blue eyes. And it's like one thing if that's an eye, but like, is it right for people to be able to choose the sex of their baby, right? Like, is that okay? Should we allow genetic modification that says, I do not want a girl, I want a boy. I want a girl, not a boy, whatever. And then how far down that path should we go?
Plan on talking about this extensively Saturday, by the way. So, I mean.
This Saturday?
Yes. I know you told me, but that doesn't, you double book sometimes. So.
I'm not double book Saturday. I will be here. I really want to get in on this conversation because I find this conversation fascinating, and this is a conversation.
So a bunch of different angles you can go with.
Oh,
this.
for sure.
And we will, by the way.
For sure. There's the angle of purely scientific. There's the philosophical angle. There's the religious angle. Like, there's 50 angles you can come at from this story. And the thing is, I don't know that in fact, no, scratch that. I know that no one perspective on this is necessarily right or wrong, or more right or more wrong than others. I think it is interesting because, like, I can tell you that, like, as a non-religious person, I'm probably going to have a different angle than a lot of people. As somebody who is big into science, but also finds that there are spots where I question moral principle within science, there's an interesting angle to it there. The question about, is this technology that should only be accessible to the uber wealthy, right? Why is it that if you're super rich, you get the opportunity to genetically modify your children in a way that they can live longer, therefore live off your inheritance longer, therefore hoard more wealth within your family tree, versus people out in the streets who, if they have, let's say, hypothetically, a child that is conceived with a birth defect that is going to lead to a lifelong problem, not necessarily a fatal or chronic one, but one that will impact them, right? Like a if you're uber rich and you conceive a child and that child can be genetically what's the word I'm looking for here? You can modify that child genetically to avoid, say, Down syndrome, versus a not uber wealthy person who conceives a child and they cannot genetically modify it to prevent Downs, and then the poor person has a child that has Down syndrome. They may not be able to do anything to advance themselves because every one of their elements and resources has to go into caring for that child, versus the uber rich who can go, yeah, we're never going to have a kid that's sick. We're never going to have a kid with Downs. We're never going to have a kid that is genetically predisposed to any sort of lifelong condition. Therefore, our kids are all going to be super happy. We don't have to put any resources into taking care of them. Like, there's a whole conversation about that as well, which is very interesting. So I have very much considered doing some sort of like show podcast about this, but I don't think anybody cares that much about my opinion. So I'm just going to come sit in on Alonzo's show on Saturday and subject them to it.
Which is fine. You know, like you said, many different angles. And
there's a ton of
I'm
them.
interested in hearing what other people think about it.
And for that show, a room full of vastly different and opinionated people. I think that's going to be fun. All right, that's it for us. Thanks for being here. Tell your friends about us. We're trying to get rich and famous and retire. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.